How's it going? WJ, yours were the, excuse me, the Rome Total War screenshots, if I'm not mistaken. As I recall, those prompted Roland to say something about we're roaming around the city, and then my eyes rolled back in my head involuntarily to the point that I actually sprained my eye rolling muscles, and then I threw up in my mouth. It was a strange experience altogether, but I think at the end of the night, a bonding experience. We all sort of grew closer over one of the most horrific experiences of my life. Welcome in, everybody. How are we doing tonight? We've got Roland. We've got Lore Friendly. We've got Project Dark Fox, WJ Retio, Santi, Bella Noct. Hey, Bella Noct, how you doing? Do we have any mods? Is the question. Because if we have some mods, it would be super fucking cool to get a shout out for Bella Noct. What is wrong with my... Hang on, I gotta fix my XLR cable. It's on the wrong side of my mic arm. There we go. It was gonna get pinched between the desk and the arm if I left it there, and that was gonna be a bad time. XLR cables are expensive. I was shocked when I went to actually get an XLR mic at how much of the expense the cables were. Oh, Data Nerd, good to see ya. Bella Noct. How are you doing, Bella? How are things? I haven't caught you online for a little while. You've been seeing the fruits of my, it's your fault. You were like, hey, Thunderhead, you should do a bunch of stuff in ZBrush. And I was like, yeah, sweet, I will. And I'm learning, I'm getting better. I was telling Steel Warrior earlier, I was telling Alex over at Steel Warrior that I love those, like, objective moments of self-improvement you can note. I had one of those earlier today when I was like, how much of this can I get done in the next hour before I gotta get ready to start streaming? It's like, this took me a long time last week, but let's give it a try. And I just started loading up models, applying textures, doing modifications, decimating, saving, back and forth. I got like, I think like 10 files done over the course of about an hour, and then I sort of took a step back, and I was like, this last week took me several hours to do one. That's measurable progress, and that feels fucking good. I'm really, like, it's difficult to get other people excited about your own learning experiences, because I share so many things. It feels lame being like, stay tuned, more is coming, but I'm like, this is going to increase the quality and the speed of my work hugely. I have a workflow down now to make bases that is just stupid fast. Just stupid fast. And, excuse me, pardon me. I anticipate a good deal more base sets for a number of games, including Battletech. The next basing work I'm going to take a swing at is in fact going to be some Battletech hex bases with some more detailed environments like urban ruins, dry creek bed, battlefield with craters and dragon's teeth and such. That hex bases you could use for Heavy Gear Blitz. We can make that happen, Roland. So I wanted to pick your brain a little bit, Roland, because, like, you know how I work, and yes, we do, Bella. I'm actually very much in favor of that. I think that we should, I could show you... I always have this lingering fear, and I know it's stupid. It's just, it's that human, that lizard brain. Or maybe an expansion of the imposter sin. Oh my god. So soon, I'm not ready, 40k epic narrator. I'm barely dressed. I'm indecent. 40k epic narrator, thank you so much for the raid, man. How are you doing? I haven't caught any of your streams lately, I'm so sorry. I've been fucking stuck into ZBrush lately, man. Just working. How was your stream? What were you getting up to today? Was it painting or was it music? Because I have to say, the last time I popped into one of your music mixing streams, I was thoroughly entertained. I don't usually hang out in, like, music streams. I know there are a bunch of them, but watching you go to town on your mixer was fucking cool, man. That was awesome. Ah, some Bellacore. All right. You feel like tossing some pictures up in the storm report? We'll take a look at them later on the stream, man, if you feel like it. Have to pardon me for a few minutes. I'm prepping some of my oil painting and assembly stuff, because that's what we're doing today. I've been working with oils lately. What was I saying before this happened? I was saying something. Yeah, you don't take any offense. I don't know dick about music. So, if I'm using the improper term, it is purely because I am wildly ignorant. My admiration is quite real, though. That thing you were doing, it was cool. Whatever it was, I was amazed. Oh, that poor Marine. That's a great emote. The thin your paints, Marine. God, I can't believe that picture has stuck around for as long as it has. Well, I hope that you had a great fucking stream either way, man. And yeah, I'd love to see what you were working on today, if you feel like posting it up. How you doing, Zio Reimer? Good to see you. Did I ever figure out my logo? In what sense? We're going to be getting started here in just a minute. We literally just got started. Thank you so much for that Raid 40k Epic Narrator to get us started off. Welcome in, everybody. If anybody hasn't been here before, this is Thunderhead Studio, where we basically just talk shit for like 4 hours. That's what it's going to be. It's going to be talking shit about game companies and movies. And we paint some stuff. We paint some stuff, too. Kind of on the side. Sort of takes a back seat to the talking shit. Lots and lots of painting, lots of 3D printing. Gray Mini just building it. Yeah, I'm going to be doing a little bit of that today myself. I've got this Conquest, the Last Argument of Kings abomination. I want to get finished building since I finished sculpting and 3D printing his... Oh, Zio Reimer. I did figure that out. I did figure that out. So I am going to use that on my noble figures. For my men-at-arms, and if you're sticking around, Zio Reimer, I'll show you. I figured out how to do their shields. I was thinking about it. I was thinking about how I want to theme them. I knew that I wanted the men-at-arms to be, Oh, and guys, I'm so sorry, guys. If you're in this chat right now, where we just got raided, and you're not following 40k Epic Narrator, go give that man a follow. He does some of the coolest, like, classic old hammer, some newer stuff. He does some music streams. Just a very, very enjoyable kind of hobby variety stream. I love hanging out over there, guys. Go give him a follow. Follows are free, and as I say time and time again, worst case scenario, you hop in one day and you're like, it's not for me. But I don't think that's going to be the case. If you like being here, you're going to love hanging out over in 40k Epic Narrator stream. And thank you so much again for that raid. Yeah, I'm bouncing from subject to subject here, but yeah, we're going to get started in a few minutes, and I'll show you what I've got, Zio Reimer. Yes, Roland, I need to pick your brain a little bit regarding land ships for Heavy Gear Blitz. Because you know how I am. You've been here long enough. You see how much I just sort of... Oh, no worries, man. I always see people like being like, oh, I'm sorry to raid and run. I assume that's going to be the case. You've just been streaming, dude. Go take a fucking breather. Take a walk. Get something to drink. Do what you got to do. Yeah, bibbly-bobbly-boo, as it were, Bella. I bounce from project to project pretty rapidly based on how enthusiastic I am about something at any given moment. I have learned in the last few years to sort of harness that acute ADHD into a force for good and stop giving myself so much shit for moving from project to project and just indulge in working on the project that I'm enthusiastic about at the moment, because if I do that, I go bam, 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 and I get it done, and then I'm like, all right, on to the next thing. And I'm more likely at the end of that to circle back around to the thing that I was stalled on than I would be to continue that if I just, you know, when you're like, I gotta finish this project, and you're just stuck. You're like, I gotta finish it before I can move on. And yet I've found moving on gets me back to it faster with more enthusiasm. With that in mind, Roland, getting back to what I was saying. I want to make some land ships for Heavy Gear Blitz. And I'm not well versed enough in the universe or the gameplay to know what would be best. I gathered that the land ship, the carriers, the big ones, are like way too big. Like, they would fill a 6x4. Probably not them. Whatever this music is, Pretzel, don't ever play it again. Just take that and get the fuck rid of it. Smaller ones, though. It's my understanding that there are smaller land ships, like land destroyers, cruisers, things like that. If you have any details on what size they are, what classes there are, recommend the cartoon for... There's a cartoon?! What? Huh? This is... What? I am so fucking ignorant about heavy gear. And it's surprising because I guess it's not surprising. I played heavy gear 1 and 2 on the PC back in the 90s, early 2000s so much. I played the shit out of those games. I loved those games. I played Terra Nova quite a lot, and I don't know. I never took it any further than that. Oh, it's bad. Ooh. If Sumitha says it's bad, it's probably pretty fucking terrible. That's not to say that you have bad taste, Sumitha. What I mean to say by that is that you are very forgiving of certain aspects of shows that you enjoy for one reason or another. You'll be like, oh, it has this great thing in it, and everything else about it will be... Sounds bad. I don't want to say... I'm not trying to say you like bad television, Sumitha. I'm just saying that for you to say something is terrible seems to stand out. Because usually you're all about saying, like, well, this is what's good about it, this is what's good about it, here's something that you'll love about it. But for you to open up with, oh, it's bad, tells me it's gonna be pretty bad. I guarantee I watch worse things. SP Firestarter, Brush of Omens, give me paint beyond paint. Thunder. 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 Thunder paint. Go! Oh, it should have been Thunderhead. Wow, that was... I can't believe I missed that. It's kind of impressive, actually, that I just went right over the obvious to something that makes less sense. I'm having one of those days, apparently. I hope you guys are having a better day than I am. Woo! Yeah, Roland, like, if there's something in scale that I could break down to be, like that big, that would be ideal. Something that would be 8 to 12 inches long would be pretty fantastic. Oh, Firestarter, it's good to see you, man. Thank you so much for that resub. 10 months. 10 of them. Where does the time go? What are we doing with our lives? Dive in head first to the crazy. That's what we're gonna do. I have a chicken tendy I have to finish eating, and then we can start. Oh, we'll be here. We'll be here, WJ. At least I will. Whether I'll have any viewers or not, I mean, who can say? Pardon me, I'm almost done. I got to right before stream time and suddenly realized that I hadn't eaten anything. Ooh, Bella. Writing smut while I eat my chicken tendies on the internet. This is the confused peak of Western civilization right here. So, okay, I've been watching some shows, which I'll talk about while I finish getting my palette ready here. And let me adjust my camera slightly, because it's not doing quite what I want it to do. I've been watching some shows. Castlevania Season 4 is out. I don't know if you guys are watching that. It is... Not as good. Not as good as I would like it to be, if I'm being totally honest. Which I do try to be. Alright, let me adjust... Oh, nope. There we go. That's more like what I was hoping for. Bing, bang, boom. And there we go. Look at my answer! Look at it! Oh! Oh, the Southern Alexander class frigates, Storm class. Says it might be half again the size of a Borealis. That could be... See, that could at least be broken up. As long as it's small enough to not fill a board, it can be broken up into smaller printable pieces. And I can deal with that. Saddened at the lack of S5. See, here's the thing. I haven't finished Season 4 yet. So take that in mind with any criticism that I give. I haven't gotten to the end of it yet. I've heard it's a controversial ending. I don't really care. I've played so many Castlevania games in my life. I'm very, very forgiving of the show because I recognize that it is a show written around a game whose plot is basically, yeah, man, but what if a Spirit Halloween store was totally haunted? Like, that's the plot. Like, fucking Dracula and, like, flying jack-o'-lanterns and, oh, death, and he's got a scythe, and, oh, spooky zombies, and, oh, you got a whip. And, like, that's it. That's the game. So, they've done a really good job pulling a sensible story out of what amounts to years and years of fucking nonsense. And I really enjoyed... I have a hard time saying season 1 because it was like a few episodes, but seasons 1 and 2 that ended with Dracula getting killed, that was great. That was fantastic all the way through. Like, I got all sad at Dracula at the end when he was like basically committing suicide out of sadness. I was like, oh no, Dracula. Oh, it's so sad. Season 3 was okay. It was kind of meandering. I at least enjoyed the violence, and with some modifications, you could turn the Borealis into a land ship. Oh, we'll start over. We'll start over, Roland. I like to start from scratch. I've got some pieces I could probably use for it, though. I'll touch base with you after the stream for some details on that, because yeah, if you've got some pictures that I could look at or some information on it, I would thoroughly appreciate that. Arkutaki, it is good to see you, my friend. Welcome in. So season 4 of Castlevania is... like, there were parts of season 3 that I liked quite a lot. And then there were parts of it that were like, I don't know if it was a brave choice for them to, like, have a full-on sex scene in a cartoon. It just kind of struck me as like, oh, look how mature we are, everybody. Ooh, edgy adults. And, I was really thrown out of it every single time Carmilla said the word man-children. Which might seem ironic. But it wasn't necessarily... I mean, you can decide that it's because I feel insulted by this. But really, I was just taken out of it because I'm like, that's a really modern phrase, and it seems strange to have a pseudo-fantasy historical Wallachian using that term like 1,000... not 1,000, like 500-600 years out of date. That was strange. I know that was your favorite, Bella, but you're a pervert. So it's... I'm gonna lose followers tonight. I'm sorry, Bella. Nano Tanks, 13 months of subscription. Nano, thank you so much for that resub, man. It's great to see you. How are you? Hope you're having a good day. I'm having a pretty good one, I have to say. I'm very upbeat today. But okay. That didn't bother me as much. It was right at the end of the season, and it fulfilled a purpose within the narrative. So then we come into season 4, and there's the conversation in the workshop between at the Devil Forge between Hector and what's her name, Lenore, and they're just like, we're gonna talk about wieners and semen. That was the conversation. They were just like, ooh, your hammer's like your dick, and he's like, you're right, my hammer is like my dick. Did you know that penises ejaculate? I'm so mature. That's the impression I got from the writer. Like, it's puerile writing. It really, like, it didn't
Here
serve
at
a
Thunderhead
purpose.
Studios, it's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
And sloppy it is. Now, I understand the irony of someone like me complaining about this. Believe me, I do. But it didn't strike me as quality writing. It just struck me as like, I don't know what to write. Let's write about dicks. And so they did. And then they get to Carmilla's Why Am I the Bad Guy speech. And Carmilla's Why Am I the Bad Guy speech is about 4 to 5 minutes of Jamie Kennedy, Jamie Kennedy's somebody else entirely. Jamie Murray, who I fucking love Jamie Murray, first of all. Holy shit, is she hot. I think I first found out about Jamie Murray in... was she in Lost? I feel like she was in Lost when she was younger. But then she was in Defiance. And she was great in Defiance. But Jamie Murray has a great voice, and I love her voice acting, too. I enjoyed Carmilla up to this point. And then she starts giving this... oh my god, I missed a follow, by the way. I am so sorry, guys. Cuz40k, thank you so much for the follow. Forda Emperor. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. All of the haints. Ooh, that's a racist term. I'm so sorry. Scared me in Defiance. Defiance was a great fucking show. It was a great show, and I'm sad that it didn't get to continue. I'm glad that it got an ending. Like, it was an open-ended ending, but it's enough of an ending for you to be like, okay, the show ended. Whatever. I really enjoyed Defiance, though. I thought that was some fun action sci-fi schlock. The sets were kind of regrettable at times, but a lot of it was really good. But okay, Carmela's speech it was so bad. It's so bad. She just talks for 4 minutes about, I am going to dominate the world because people were mean to me, and people were mean to me, and that's why I'm gonna dominate the world, and because they were mean, I'm gonna be mean to them, and my meanness will take the form of world domination. And she just does this. For like 5 minutes she goes in this circle. She reveals nothing of interest. She just talks. And I'm like, what the hell happened? Who is this writing team? And why are they continuing this when they're so clearly out of ideas? And so all that's really left for me is the action choreography, which is great. To give a positive where I'm giving negatives, Castlevania's action choreography is... Oh, it's so good. It's so good. It's so entertaining to watch. It is beautiful. It physically makes no sense, but I don't give a shit, because it's Castlevania. And it's so entertaining to watch that is what is probably going to carry me through to the end. I could do with less of Alucard, like... It's another case with Alucard where it's like they're going out of their way to try and sound just super mature. They're like, look how mature we are, guys. We deal with mature themes. We're gonna have Alucard walk outside and take a piss in the grass and talk about his dick while he does it. It's so unnatural. And I'm like, you have a whole castle and you don't have a bath? You have to go outside the front door of Dracula's castle. You have to go outside the front door to take a piss. This castle has ancient engines of movement that allow it to transport itself across the world, but it does not have a fucking privy in it. Apparently. It's just like, it's so awkwardly placed in the show. But okay, I'll stop complaining about Castlevania. I need to actually finish watching it. It's a beautiful show. I have enjoyed it the whole time that it's been on, but it feels to me tired. It feels tired. And the shitter's haunted. you cut into Alucard, you know, with the fucking septic pipe going down the storm drain. Like, howdy neighbor, shitter's full. Vergaderung, I swear there actually were bathrooms in Symphony of the Night. I can't point out specifically where it was, but my memory of Symphony of the Night tells me that in at least one background, there was at least one shitter. I can't back this up, and I'm probably going to turn out to be wrong, but I would swear. Thank you so much for getting that shout out for Zombie Brush Studios, Project Dark Fox, Zombie Brush. How are you doing today? Yeah, there were baths. Someone get online. Someone pull up Symphony of the Night, go into the game, and find the fucking toilets. They're there. If nothing else, you could go shit in one of those save game coffins. Why does Alucard shit? Why does he eat? I don't understand it. I mean, I do understand it. It's all too obvious why it happened, is because the writers wanted to talk about Alucard's wiener and have him make a really crass comment about how thick his urine was. Whatever. Oh my god. And the award for most nauseating comment of the night goes to Firestarter. It's good. Zombie Brush, if all you do is watch seasons 1 and 2. If you just watch those, it's a complete story. It's done. You can watch through 3 and 4. They're not bad. I don't think they're not worth watching. I think they're very entertaining. They're just not as good as seasons 1 and 2. My desk is still a bit of a mess, but you can join me while I sort out what I'm doing. How about that? So I'm going to work on a few things tonight. We'll see what all I get to. I believe we had some questions about what I decided for the shields for my men-at-arms I have 2 unfinished men-at-arms here. Oh, hey, how's it going, Supernaut? Good to see you, man. Get my focus in here. I have 2 unfinished men-at-arms. They need detailing. These have been my test pieces where I'm just figuring out, like, how do oil paint? How does it work? Hey, pun expected. Could we pretty please get a shout out for pun expected? Another fantastic painter right here on Twitch. But I've been making progress. I'm actually pretty happy with how this guy has come together. But I was messing around with blending, and I was looking at my shields, and I was like, I'm going to do some heraldry, I want to do a symbol, what do I want to do? And I'm thinking about it and how I want to theme these guys. I'm like, alright, so they're mercenaries. These men-at-arms are distinctly mercenaries. They're not linked to a noble house. They're not from some noble brotherhood or anything like that. They are mercs. They are a part of a unique socio-economic revolution, wherein many of these common men can suddenly afford things like arms and armor, and they can afford to sell their services to various noble lords and clergy and merchants who are trying to fight for their place in the 100 Kingdoms. So I'm like, why not do a leather-faced shield? Because the way the shield would be constructed in theory, most shields would not have a steel edge like this, but the rivets clearly say that this is supposed to be steel, so I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. But the core of the shield would almost certainly be wood. And you would face that wood with something, be it fabric or leather, so I thought, why don't we take the opportunity to stretch our legs on blending in our oil paints on one of the only surfaces where we can do some good blending and go for this sort of worn, tanned leather look. And I really quite like how this came out. You see, I put a few scratches on this one, and I think that's all I'm going to do for these guys. Is do the, some mercs could have heraldry, family outcasts kept the armor. That's a good idea, Tasselhoff. And I'm kind of thinking, like, for my mounted knights, my cavalry, I'm like, they have more money. If you can afford not only arms and armor, but a horse and the attendants necessary to keep the horse, like, you probably have more money than even these mercenaries do. So I'm thinking maybe a scattering of heraldry for the cavalry forces, and then for these ground forces, just the leather-faced shields. Kind of gives them both a unified look, and also shows off the blending of the oil paints, because this effect, once I figured out what I wanted to do, was really, really easy. And really easy is definitely what I'm leaning into. The other part of this was, I realized I'm trying to come up with a scheme where I can paint a bunch of these guys at once. I need to do 4, 8, 16 men-at-arms for my initial 600-point force before I can pause on these. So I don't want to paint 16 shields worth of heraldry. I'll paint 6 shields worth of heraldry on the knights, but not so much the 16. So we're going to do leather for this, and I think that looks pretty good. You can also do it on the inside of the arm here. You can see it gives a little bit of nice contrast. I've been playing with some blending on the armor using, and I abandoned my limited palette pretty quickly. I'm going to choose another model to do that project with. I added burnt sienna and Payne's gray to my palette very quickly, and they have made a huge difference in how I was painting. I don't think I'm doing a particularly good job on these, but this painting so far has been really fast. And that's what we're trying to do, is develop really fast and easy painting techniques so we can do a lot. Decals! Cheat! Arkudaki, that's a good idea, and I might actually do that for the Armored Knights. What about horse armor? What about that barding? I don't know, we'll figure it out. Hey, White Wolf, good to see you. I like your thinking though, Tasselhoff. We'll definitely do that. The other thing is I was looking at, the core set comes with a mounted noble hero for the 100 Kingdoms. I want a noble on foot, and I looked at the offerings. A lot of the prices from Parabellum are really good. $25 for a single model because they're resin casting their heroes for a model that I don't love turned me off a little bit. It's not that I won't spend $25 on a model, I have, and I will, but it was like $25 for a model, and I don't love the sculpt? Maybe not. Some of the other ones I'm fine with. The new Spires hero they just released, $25 for him? Huh, fuck yeah, I'll buy that. I have no problem with that. It's a really high quality model. I've spent way more on way less. But I just need one figure, and he's supposed to be a noble on foot, so I started looking around. this morning, and first of all, like, you guys know, if you're into 3D printing, there are so many 3D printers out there between Artisans Guild and, what are the other guys? Victus, and so many Patreons. So many different models available for 3D printing. And so I started digging through them, and what's weird to me is, so you get into the models, you narrow it down, I want fantasy, I want humans. Start looking. They're all high fantasy. They're like all super duper high fantasy. Like straight up, fuck it, not all of them obviously, but the vast majority of them are like World of Warcraft inspired, giant shoulder pads and fucking crazy shit on the chest and holy icons coming out of their fucking eye sockets, and I'm like, woohoo, that doesn't match the aesthetic of the 100 Kingdoms at all. These guys are real low fantasy. In fact, these guys are barely fantasy at all. It's everybody else in the universe that has a bunch of fantasy aspects to them. And then I found somebody did, and I need to put the STL up on the Discord. But Jotun Wolf Art, how you doing today, man? Welcome in. Can we get a shout out for Jotun Wolf Art? Another very talented Twitch pager. If you're not following him yet, you really should be. I found Vernon Roach from the Witcher games, and I was really excited about that because I love that character, first of all, but secondly, he is the perfect blend of pseudo-fantasy elements with historically inspired garb. In particular, his hat that he wears is, I can't remember the name of it, but it's a very particular medieval European hat that can be worn in a variety of ways, and he curls his up and kind of wraps it around his head some. But he is, Vernon Roach is a great character design, so I am 3D printing a 40mm scale Vernon Roach, and I'm going to paint him in different colors to be the noble on foot to command these men-at-arms, and I think he is going to fit in just perfectly. Some historical 100 Years Wars miniatures, yeah, I think they actually would. Nanotanks. That's one of the things I like about this 100 Kingdoms range, is that they are relatively grounded. I made some progress on painting these 3D printed bases, and I'll probably do a little bit more on this tonight. These all need extra detailing. These are just basic sort of ground colors that I did on this, and all these are of course magnetized. Oh, maybe a little too low. It's easier when there's a model attached to it. It's easier to remove. I am Jotun Wolf. Yeah, I'm trying to get 2 600-point forces done, because Hethrir also picked some up, and we're going to be meeting up in June, and we're going to be looking to play some and do some battle reports. So yeah, I've got these 3D printed magnetized bases now. These have the regiment connectors, just like all the other ones. I'm pretty happy with how this came out, considering all I did here was, you guys saw last time, this was burnt umber oil paint, and then I wiped most of it off, and then I just came in with some whites and some yellows, and I need to put in a little bit of green. But mostly whites and yellows, and I basically just dry brushed this, just drag the paint over the top, and I got this really interesting sort of mottled, multicolored, like this is, considering I'm recreating something fairly uninteresting, which is just like dirt and some small rocks, this is a more interesting spread and better scaled than most of the bases I've made where I've put the texture on myself. Oh, Bella. Just like Bella to love and leave. You go ahead and leave that lurk. Thank you so much, Bella. Already look tabletop ready. Yeah, like, I want to do a couple more things, add 1 or 2 more colors, but I'm talking like 5-10 minutes of work, and I feel like this is pretty much tabletop ready. Same for the rest of these. I did a little bit of work on the hero base. I need to make some modifications to this. The cuts in the stone sword were not as deep as I had hoped they were, so I'm going to be reprinting this one, since I'm going to be doing 2 heroes on foot anyway. But today, I finished printing and cured my monster-sized base. Now, for those of you who were here at the beginning of the month when I started building the forces from the core box, I started with the Abomination and I stopped because I realized what's on his base is going to influence how I put his feet, so I didn't want to continue. But I got this done and printed today, so we're going to go ahead and put some more work into finishing the Abomination. This, like everything else, is of course magnetized. My God, it's not really as necessary with this guy. In this case, it's mostly magnetized because this way you can play with it either, you know, with the square regiment style base for regular play, or with the round base for First Blood. I don't know if monsters are ever going to be able to link into regiments, but I included little cut-ins on the side. So if it ever becomes possible to have multiple monster-sized models in a single regiment, you will be able to connect them. These are all resin, Arkudaki. These are all printed on, and this is actually sized. You can print this on a standard size resin print bed like an Elegoo Mars, which has it's roughly a 3x5 print area. I was a little worried about this, because as you can see, it's very large, and it's very, very flat. And it has a lot of hard corners and edges on it, which can be tricky when you're printing in resin. But I've been doing a lot of base supports lately, and actually came out pretty good. It cured with just the slightest bow in the middle, but it's really not even noticeable. Not once it's ground. No problems with breakage. This came out nice. It's good and strong. I was able to remove it from the supports and cure it with no problems whatsoever. I was concerned that this would wind up being fragile or have some other problems, but I'm actually pretty pleased with the end product, and I'll be happy putting this out. And I added my own, little details here. We've got a little bassinet helm there. We've got kind of a Viking wooden round shield here. We have a Celtic style blade with the what's that called? Anthropomorph something. It's a little human being shape on the hilt that I put in there. I worked up a lot of historically inspired designs for this. I've got a Greek style shield over here, you can see, with the sunburst design and the cut-ins and the sort of scalloping on the edges to represent the city-states, which is one of the factions in the game. Anthropomorphic, but there's another word for it, Jotun art. Like, anthropomorphic describes it, but there's another word for the type of hilt, I think. But I can't think of it. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna choke. Oh, my tendies are killing me. Excuse me. Anthropomorphized. See, I swear to God there's another word for it, though. Not just the description of it, but a name for a sword of that style specifically. I could be wrong. I'm probably wrong. Anthropopo-bo-bo-bo. Yeah, anyway. Too many accessories laying about for me, but it looks the part. Yeah, so Arkudaki, I'm gonna have a few different styles available. This is just the first set, and this is really a proof of concept more than anything else. And I just wanted to go for a base style that would work with any faction. So I'm calling this Fields of the Fallen, and it's just meant to look like a battlefield with the discarded weapons and armor from a series of cultures on it. I don't like to... I have different theories for how I base my models depending on what kind of game I'm doing. For like sci-fi games, and even most fantasy games, I like to base my models in their home environment when they stand alone. It gives them, their own feel. For rank and flank games, and I did this with Rune Wars as well, I like to do most of my bases in the same kind of general style, and I like it to look like just sort of a battlefield, because you wind up with a bunch of it. You wind up creating, if you have a regiment, you have a whole bunch of surface area of the same thing. And it kind of looks better to me if they all have sort of as general a battlefield look as possible. Like, they kind of look at home no matter what environment you have them in. And they look even the same as the forces that they're fighting, because then it looks like they're all standing on the same battlefield, if that makes sense. So that was the theory behind this base set. But with this set completed, which this was mostly proof of concept for all the mechanical ideas and to make sure that all the shapes worked. But with this set completed, I am planning a series of other environments with more details on them so that people can customize their forces more. Want to new Nords, need those bases you're holding, they'd be perfect on how I want to pair. That's fine, yeah. Look, there's a Nord axe here, buried in a Greek shield. I've got plenty of bits for them mixed in here. These should be available, Jotun Wolf. The file should be available by the end of the week is what I'm shooting for. Zombie Brush is going to be doing kind of a review for me, in that I'm hooking him up with all these files so that he can use them and give me some feedback on them, because it's one thing for me to print them here at home and be like, hey, this works great. It's another thing for me to put them out into the wild, and then they're going through everybody's printers, and we'll see how that goes. But yeah, end of the week is what I'm shooting for these to be available. Either way, now that this is done, I can finish building that abomination. And we can do some painting. But yeah, I've been just babbling for a while. How are you guys doing? All the printers, all the time. Hamburg, thank you so much for the reminder. Ooh, are the magnet holes built into the print? They are. Yes, 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 they are. This is the only one where I found that everything is sized to use in the bases. And you'll see here as well, Jotun Wolf. I don't know if you've seen this yet. This is the real feature that I was testing, is this regiment lock system that I've got here. These are little magnetized puzzle piece connectors. They have a little bit of flexibility, so if you're moving it like up and over terrain and they're wobbling a bit, it won't come undone. You can pull them apart a little bit like this and they'll just snap right back together. But you can link your bases into regiments easily. And then when you want to go and remove one, it's as easy as just lifting it out of place and it disconnects, and then you can remove the puzzle piece connector. I was looking at ways to magnetize these together, and I realized that if you put the magnets on the side, what's going to happen is you'll have two opposing units come together and be like, oh, we're this far apart, and then they're going to go click and snap together, because that's what magnets want to do. But this is on all the bases. This is my favorite thing. And then there are magnet holes in the center of each of these tray parts here, and there are magnet sockets in the bases themselves, and so everybody just clicks right down in. It's designed to use 3mm by 1mm magnets, or 1/8 inch by 1/16 inch, roughly? Is it 1/16? It's the imperial dimetric, bullshit, but I'm pretty sure it's an 1/8 by a 1/16 is what it winds up being. Essentially 3 by 1mm, and then this is the only one that's different. The cavalry base uses the 1mm magnets for the bottom, and then it uses 2mm magnets on top. And I will include links to K&J Magnetics with the exact magnets that I've used on the files for this, so it won't be hard for people to find them. So you use a slightly larger magnet for this because it's a larger base on a larger model, and then this one winds up wanting to use 2 of the larger magnets because otherwise the base is heavy enough that it wants to pull away. But it winds up filling like the whole thickness. So this hole is sized for 1mm, but if you find that that's not strong enough, if you just take a 1/8 inch drill and use that as a pilot hole and just go right through it, which takes less than a second, then you can seat one of the thicker magnets, and then these stick together quite nicely and firmly. I'm really happy with it, and the concept is what I've been working on more than anything, because the idea is to take this concept and carry it forward into more styles, because the details on top are the fucking easy part. It was making everything underneath work and work well that was tricky, and making sure that the sizes I want would actually print, of course. Zombie Brush Studios with that gifted sub. Over to Jotun Wolf Art. Zombie Brush, thank you so much for the support, my friend. So we're going to start off with a little bit of building today, so let me move some things out of the way, and then we're going to do some oil painting. I'm happy with these bases, though. They actually print really quite nicely. The supports come off easy. I think they're pretty cool, and I hope you do too. Yeah, and that's the part I always start with, Sumitha. I always start with the mechanical aspects of it, and then work into the artistic. Because, well, I mean, if it doesn't work mechanically, then it doesn't matter what it looks like. And these bases are not so complex in their basic form, dirt, rocks, discarded swords, and everything. This is the kind of thing you could do at home. No problem. You wouldn't have to worry about 3D printing anything. And so the value that I'm trying to bring is, number one, the diversity of scatter. The combination of rocks and dirt and everything like this. This takes a lot of thought out of it. You don't have to have a bunch of extra ballast or slate bits or anything like that. The scattered arms and armor, you don't have to have any extra bits for that. And then mostly what I want to bring to the table are the mechanical aspects, the built-in magnet sockets, and the regiment connectors. What are you pissed about, Roland? What's wrong? All right, let's build this abomination's leg, shall we? I'm gonna pull up my Instructamundos here. Oh, no, don't go full screen. Stop that. Zoom in, not full screen. Alright, so we got the thorax and the torso built. There's got to be hands, legs. So let's take a look at the leg pieces. Trusty clippers. And plastic glue. And because I'm doing plastic glue, I want to have one of my little disposable cutting mats out so I don't get it on my nice one. Let's go ahead and take these sprues apart into 2 pieces. That'll be easier. Your car in the dealership, now you have to bring it back because it looks like your ABS and traction control says, oh shit. Isn't that the best? Don't you love that? When you bring it in and they send it back worse than it was? That's just so inspiring. Characters are resin, normal or plastic, open up. Yeah, so far, yeah, Zombie Brush, as far as I know, that's correct. Most of the characters are in resin. Pretty much all of the general use models are in hard plastic styrene sprues, like this one. Which is pretty nice. Not all of them are the most amazing sculpts, but the new ones are actually pretty damn good. I'm sorry, Hendrix, it looks like I missed your follow. I apologize for that. Thank you so much for the follow, though. Welcome to the stream, and in fact, welcome to the Storm Chasers. Let's get busy. Looks like that's for the arms. Let's see, back legs. Instructions for the Abomination are not the most clear, but it's not that hard to figure out. I wish that they had put numbers on the sprue. It looks like they did that with their later pieces, like they thought of that later, which is fine by me, ultimately. Okay, looks like those are the arm parts. So let's clip those out and set them aside in a group so that I don't keep looking at them thinking they're something else. One. That is going to link into 2 forearm pieces, which look like... Those are leg. Of course it's on this other sprue. Of course it would be there. I can't complain too much about it because it still is in nice styrene. And who doesn't love styrene? It's just such a pleasure to work in. There's one piece, and then it looks like these muscle pieces go on the other side for the forearms. Yeah, like that. That winds up being one of the forearms. So you got armor plates on one side and hideous muscle on the other. Isn't that nice? It's wonderful. Yeah, Jotun. There are no, like, yeah, this is all plastic. And really nicely done, too. There has been a huge amount of effort. We actually, if you go back into the VOD on my channel, we did an unboxing at the beginning of the month. We went through pretty much the whole starter box, and there's a lot of effort that went into this box. Like a whole lot. I'm going to put on one of my cut-resistant gloves here. Say cut-resistant because I can absolutely and probably will cut through it, but it's just smart to have a little bit of extra something on your hand while you're cutting. Rangonius, thank you so much for the reminder. Are these guys US-based? I feel like... I want to say the game creator is, like, Bosnian? And I don't know that for sure, but I've seen that thrown around a time or two. The company itself, I'm not sure if they started in the US or if they're European-based. There's a lot of passion for this project, though. They sunk a lot of money into the starter set. The packaging is really nice. The sprues are all really good. Euro-based, yes, thank you. They're Greek? Okay, I know it was one of those weirdo countries. Oh no, and I lose followers again. If it ain't American, I don't want none of it. Says the guy who plays mostly British games. But whatever, they're like Euro America. Oh god, I'm on a roll today. I'm gonna offend everybody. None of it's true. Equal opportunity offender. Are they Greek? Okay. I knew it was somebody either Mediterranean or east of the Mediterranean, but I wasn't totally sure.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
More and more and more. So I've also been watching Superman and Lois. Have you guys seen this? DC has moved all their stuff over to HBO Max, which was a good move. Because their DC Universe app was going fucking nowhere fast. And about the only DC show I'm still watching with any excitement these days is Doom Patrol, which is an excellent show. But Superman and Lois I've been really, really enjoying. I'm about 3 episodes in. I think there's only 5 episodes so far. They went on a hiatus due to COVID, and they're coming back on the 18th of this month with the 6th, I think, is correct? I'm really, really liking that show. It's produced by the CW. It's CW-verse. It uses the actor Tyler Hoechlin, I believe his name is pronounced, who you might recognize because he played Superman briefly for his appearances in Supergirl and their crossover, Crisis episodes for the CW-verse. Of all the shows I've seen, the superhero shows that I've seen produced by, of all the superhero shows that I have seen produced by the CW, it is by far the best looking, like they spent their budget the most wisely. Hang on, I think camera wants to focus on my desk here. Let's see if we can't fix that. There we go. That's better. Hey, what's up, I big FNAO 4? What's up? How you doing? Hey, Eternal, good to see you, man. Haven't watched any DC stuff in a while. Got tired of the CW telling the same story. But yeah, even I was a big fan of The Flash when I got started, and even I got tired of that shit, Data Nerd. Around the time they got to the Thinker, after they beat Savitar, I was like, I think I'm done with this horse shit. And Superman and Lois goes in a different direction. It seems like they're going out of their way to ignore the shared universe. Like, in 4 episodes, they haven't once mentioned Barry or Kara or Oliver. They're just kind of doing their own thing. And it really, really works to their benefit. They made a couple decisions right off the bat that I think are great. Like, they show Superman Supermaning, doing Superman things, and they really up the insanity for the quality of the Superman things. It looks like they're spending their money on him doing the occasional big thing and making it look really, really good. And then most of the show is spent with him being Clark Kent. And I think that that's a great choice, because they skip by the whole, Superman becoming Superman, Superman saving the day a bunch of Metropolis. They cover that in a few montages. They're like, oh, so then I became Superman, and then I saved the day, and it was great. Then I met Lois, and then we got married, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool, yeah, I know all that shit. I don't really need to watch that. And they come to the part where they have kids. They have 2 sons. And you may be familiar with this because this was his storyline in, Rebirth, I feel like they covered this. With, Jordan and somebody else, Kent. I can't remember the other kid's name. But, the sons of Clark Kent and Lois Lane. And the show has them essentially go back to Smallville because Superman realizes that he's disconnected from his family and he needs less noise in his life so that he can actually raise his sons and be with his wife. And it is a great idea because Tyler Hoechlin does a fantastic job playing Clark Kent. I think the casting for the kids is pretty damn good, and it's much more interesting to focus on Clark as a character than it is to focus on Superman catching things over and over as Superman is wont to do. I've really been enjoying it. The vast majority of the show, he's doing Clark Kent stuff, and then every now and then he'll pop into the Superman costume, but it's always addressed as sort of a like, oh, he has to leave his family again. He was just starting to make progress, and he's like, I've got to go catch a bridge, I've got to go stop a maniac in a supersuit, I got to go do something. It's a good show. I think it's totally uncynical. And it borrows materials from some of my favorite Superman properties. It even shows him in the old, insofar as Lois and Clark, it's better than Lois and Clark, in my opinion. I never liked Lois and Clark. I like this show a lot more. Jordan and Jonathan, thank you. Yes, named after his two dads, including Jor-El. Jor-El, by the way, is played by, I should know this actor's name. Crap. He's been in so many things, and like one of the only things I can think of is that he played Father in Equilibrium. You'd know him if you saw him. But he plays Jor-El. Angus McFadden, thank you so much, Roland. Yeah, he's actually pretty great for the brief time that I've seen him in his, holographic form up at the Fortress of Solitude. It's just nice to have a Superman story that is... Yeah, SP Firestarter, that's from a Superman for All Seasons #1, is what that's from. He shows up in that classic, Friedrich suit. Is it Friedrich? The classic Superman suit with the like, sky blue and the red cape, and the black shape, and then the red basic S, not the sigil. And he catches a car and saves this kid, and the kid's like, wow, I like your costume. And he looks down at him and goes, oh, thanks, my mom made it for me. And he takes off to go save the day again. And I mean, this just encapsulates the way that Tyler plays Superman so perfectly. It's completely uncynical. It's totally earnest. It's the anti-Snyder. It is precisely the opposite of what Zack Snyder has been doing with Superman, and I didn't realize how much I needed it until I started watching the show. And I've just been smiling the whole damn time. Where's his other shoulder? There it is. So I've been watching that, and I started the other day watching Jupiter's Legacy on Netflix, which I expected to just suck. And if you read the reviews, it does. If you read the reviews, everybody seems to think it just sucks. It's just the worst show ever. God, people have been tearing into it. I expected it to be really bad based on what I was reading, and it's just not that bad. It's not, like, amazing. It's not gonna blow your mind, it's not gonna change your mind about superheroes or anything like that, but it's creative, and it's cleverly made, and it's decently written. It has some very, very corny costumes, and I get... Most of the complaints I've read have mentioned that. They're like, oh, the costumes are so bad. The costumes look dumb. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, the costumes are very brightly colored, and they're very, very corny. But what I get from watching the show is that it wants to deal with some more mature, modern themes than... First of all, it's definitely based on the DC universe. It has an analog for Superman and most of the rest of the Justice League, and it has an analog for the Justice League itself. I think they're called the Union of Justice. So it's specifically DC and not Marvel-style superheroes. But where everybody who delves into being based on DC seems to have this sort of smug dismissal of DC, and you know what I mean, like, The Boys is great. I love The Boys. It is a fan-fucking-tastic show with some amazing actors in it. But if you've been watching it, you know that it too has that kind of smug dismissal of the DC universe. I don't really hold it against it. Like, I get it. The DC universe is corny. That's the nature of it. Mig Cool. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome in. Welcome to the stream, and welcome to the Storm Chasers. This show does not have that dismissal. This show seems like it was made, for the first time, somebody's made something based on DC who likes DC. It... You know, like Watchmen, for instance, by Alan Moore. is, Alan Moore fucking hates superheroes. He made superhero fiction. He wrote that graphic novel kind of to rub our faces in the notion of how stupid superheroes are, and to drop them into a real-world setting and drag them down into our horrible, depressing existence. And it's great on its own. But I like superheroes. I like superheroes a lot, even if Alan doesn't. And as much as I like Watchmen, I appreciate somebody giving me a take on a grittier version of the DC universe that doesn't actively hate the property that he's riffing on. Alan Moore is here's the thing. I love Alan Moore's writing. I think he's a fantastic writer. I think he has a lot of good ideas. He's also a pretentious douchebag. He's a self-avowed anarchist. Like, I don't know how much lamer you can get, really. Have I watched Alphas? I did not. Give me an adaptation of The Authority. I don't believe I've read that either. There are a lot of properties out there rife for adaptation. Let me put these forearms together and then clip out the rest of the pieces for the legs. It's but Jupiter's Legacy, and I know that it's based on something else I haven't read, so I can't comment on any comparison between it and its source material. But Jupiter's Legacy seems to want to deal with a more complex and nuanced world than the DC universe is ever prepared to. It kind of brings them into the modern world, and it asks questions. There's a scene early on when they're hanging out in the Hall of Justice, and they're asking, like, you know, we have our code about non-interference and not killing people, and that's all well and good. But looking at the state of the world today, you have to acknowledge that, you know, we could have stopped World War II. We could have just stopped it. We could have stopped nuclear proliferation. We could have stopped all of these atrocities. We could have, but because we have this code of just stopping supervillains and not killing anybody, we didn't. And is that a good thing, really, looking at where we wound up? These are interesting questions. And it's interesting to have these questions asked, again, by someone who doesn't hate the source material that they're writing about. Because usually they're just being smug about it. This is more asking moral and ethical questions and proposing quandaries. And so far I've been enjoying it quite a lot. Alpha is a 2-season series basically of superheroes and one of the most realistic depictions I've seen. Every superpower is a direct and proportionate downside. Interesting. Late here, so off to bed. Hope to be back soon. Nice base concept. Arkudaki, thank you so much. Dude, it's always good to see you in chat. I hope you have a good night, man. Thank you for hanging out. But anyway, I haven't finished Jupiter's Legacy. It has a surprise performance in about episode 4 from Kurtwood Smith, who you may know as either Red Foreman or Clarence Boddicker, depending on whether you're a bigger fan of that 70s show or RoboCop. He kind of comes out of nowhere, and he does a performance that I really, really enjoyed. And the narrative is split between... Yeah, ooh, guns, guns, guns. The narrative is split between the modern day, where the classic superheroes are dealing with the fact that they're getting older, and the next generation of superheroes. Like, there's a lot of generational conflict that I think is very, very relevant. They're dealing with the fact that the next generation of superheroes was, like, born with powers and didn't have to fight for the powers. So there's that conflict there with the next generation both feeling like they have this attitude that I can relate with, where it's like, yes, we acknowledge that you did all these great things and that you fought really hard to make something out of all this. You fought for these great things, and we're just kind of born with them. But it's not our fault that we're born with them, so blaming us for that is fucking pointless. And also, we live in a different, more complex world than you grew up in, so your rules don't really work for us. And it's a lot of fun. And I have to give them credit for one major thing. One thing that really, really stood out for me in the first episode of Jupiter's Legacy is that they have the first superhero scene, and it's like some gangsters robbing an armored car, and you're like, oh, this bullshit again. The heroes are going to show up, and they're going to beat the crap out of them, and who cares? Why do people even do this in a universe with superheroes? Like, you'd think they would have learned. So they're there and they're doing it, and the bad guys are robbing the truck, and then a supervillain shows up to rob the truck instead and kills them. And you're like, oh, they're gonna fight supervillain. Okay, all right, sweet, awesome, and it's pretty entertaining from there. And they dial it up because the next fight is with a mega-powered supervillain who like rips a couple of heroes apart and blasts them to bits with his chest beam. And I was like, woo, hey, Wapelius, good to see you, man. Hey, Bueno Truno, welcome in. Well, Peleus, I know that this is, I need to go back and watch some more of your instructional, they're not clips. You haven't been saving them as clips, you've been saving them as highlight reels, right? I need to watch some of them, because I admit, Wapelius, watching a lot of your stuff before I started oil painting, a lot of the information was kind of useless to me without further knowledge and experience. But now that I've gotten this far, I'm starting to understand a lot of what you said more than I did before, and I need to go look at some of the particular methods. Because I've spent the last few days just kind of playing around with these two models, and a lot of what you've been saying is making more sense to me, and it's sort of slowly coming together. It still needs work, obviously, but I'm really, really happy with how easy this sort of worn leather look was to achieve. And then the fabric has been particularly easy to do. But I need to look at more of how you do your high contrast and precision work. Because I've been very, very sloppy with this. But I'm trying to be more experimental with my temperature contrasts. Either way, we've been doing more oil painting. We're going to be doing some here in a little bit. All of these were... I'm experimenting, Wapelius, with oil painting to do easy and fast work for mass production of armies. Because, like, this was dead-ass easy with oil paints. Like, this was just... Okay, I'm done. Like, this is nothing. And I love that because this would have taken me not a lot of time in acrylics, but more time to get the same effect. And I feel like if I start experimenting with working in more colors, like, this is going to get better and better. Wapelius, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, the man who needs no introduction but is going to get one anyway, one of the best paint streamers here on Twitch, and the man who has been the pusher for so many of us to get us started on oil painting. If you're not following him and you are at all interested in oil painting, please go give him a follow. Like, and he keeps saying this, oils make everything easier, and he helps you get over the intimidation of it. I've been trying to remember more of what you say. Your little, you know, the Book of Wapple, as he says. You know, like if a color goes anywhere, it must go everywhere. I'm trying to actually start doing that, and oils really do make it easy. Once you, it's so much of it for me has been breaking out of my base assumptions about how I approach painting with acrylics. But as I've done that more and more, it has come easier and easier and gotten more and more exciting. And since I have so much time to let them sit, I've really got no reason not to use oils most of the time. Alright, I'm building things. Let me remember what I'm doing here. Just slap oils of various colors everywhere. Yeah, see, that's the funny thing, is like these two models, and I'm going to do some more of it here in a minute, but I really want you to understand, this is me, like, with a shitty brush, just kind of flinging colors at the figure and vaguely wobbling the brush around. Like, I'm not doing anything precise at all. It's almost embarrassing how sloppy I've been, and yet I'm pretty happy with this for this being like a quick and dirty paint scheme. Working on the big boy, yes indeed, Sphere. Well, I got my monster base printed successfully. I was concerned about the size of it, what with all the magnet sockets and all that stuff, but I got it printed successfully, so now I can actually build the monster that goes on it.
It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
We're not. There are no lines. Plop and push is a great way to paint with oils. Yes, it doesn't sound appetizing, but it works, like, surprisingly well. And when I mess things up, I feel so much more like just, whatever, I'll just blend that in. We'll have a little extra color there. Who gives a shit? And it works. Like, I don't mean to say I've been doubting you, Wapelius, but on some level, some part of me has been doubting you, and that part of me is getting quieter and quieter the more that I work. Hang on, I missed the comment here. We're thinking of the 2 seasons of the Punisher Netflix series, finishing the 2nd season now. story's interesting, but it doesn't really seem set in the Punisher's world. Should have been its own thing. I was calling it, I don't know. I thought it was a good show, but I got the same impression where it's like, this isn't really like the Punisher, but it's a good story on its own. The dude who played Billy in that show is the main bad guy character in that new fantasy series on Netflix, Shadow and Bone, which I actually liked. I found everybody's story in that show more interesting than the main character's story, but everybody other than the main character was actually pretty cool. Hey, Trotsky, it's good to see you. Seeing is believing, and it's all like, well, yeah, I would not have gotten started if it hadn't been for... I can name the stream, Wapple. You sat down with 12 Moria goblins from the, Middle-earth range from Games Workshop. And you're like, I'm going to paint these 12 goblins tonight. I'm like, no he isn't. He's full of shit. And then you did, and you didn't just paint them. You painted them with, like, lava OSL glow effects and super high contrast details. You painted them, like, really well, and you did it over the course of a few hours. And I was like, maybe I should take a closer look at exactly what's going on here. Because this seems like cheating.
When watching Thunderhead's stream,
a little bit.
You may feel the urge to do the cha-cha.
I was just
because
holding it
he
off
likes
camera.
to slide it to the left, and
Well,
then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
Alright, there's the arms. Now for the legs. Yeah, I forget that Wapelius is also a wizard. He is the great Spellbrush. I forget that at my peril, I suppose. It was Wapelius, and then Stila ultimately bullied me into doing it. But I'm glad that they did, because I've been having fun.
If you anger the fox, you're gonna get stuffed in a box.
Ugh. And the shins for the legs. Hey, Gus Schultz, good to see you, my friend. How are you? Wapelius, dude, have you seen... Now all the terrain is painted in oils, so yeah, like, I've been doing the terrain painting in oils, and it's like, if you just apply dry brushing techniques to oils, it's like, so easy to do texture. Wapelius, have you seen Gus Schultz's work that he's been doing? I don't know if you might be familiar with his work already. I know you probably follow more, like, painting competition winners, and you may already know of his stuff. But Gus has been working on a converted Nurgle Knight Titan for 40k that is fucking amazing. And I know that you have a flair for conversion, so you would probably really like it. Gus, I normally try to discourage just posting pictures right in chat, try to save it for the Storm Report, but Gus, if you feel like posting some links to some of your latest work on your unbelievably cool Knight Titan, I would really love for Wapelius to see it. I think he would dig it. I really like, you'll like this. Fibonacci's Code. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the Storm Chasers. A Knight Titan, you say? I do, Crypt Shadow. How you doing today, man? I think John Bernthal is the Punisher. Yeah, John Bernthal was a great choice for the role. It's mostly just the way the story went that felt a little off. Not bad. Just strange. I enjoyed the show. But then, of course, Netflix, like, lost all the Marvel stuff at this point. I am doing quite good, Crypt Shadow. Thank you so much for asking. I'm just trying to do a little bit of building, because we started this at the beginning of the month and I had to stop because I was like, I'm not sure where his feet are going to go, but then I finished his base, so now I need to do that. Wapple over here is like the master of taking random crap from his yard and like bark and rocks and crafting bases, and I'm over here like, I will 3D sculpt everything. Everything, do you hear me? Oh yeah, that's fine. I mean, yeah, guys, check out that Instagram link, honestly. If you're not following Gus Schultz, you should be, and his work is fucking amazing. Like, it's really, really good. Why is this one piece and all the other ones are two piece? Well, we'll find out. We will find out. So yeah, for me recently it's been Castlevania, Jupiter's Legacy, and Superman and Lois. I guess I would recommend all three, though I would give a much more hearty recommendation to Superman and Lois, and then to Castlevania Seasons 1 and 2, and then to Jupiter's Legacy just broadly, because it's only 8 episodes. Worst thing that ever happened to Marvel was Disney buying it. Okay, I would say that I want to agree with you, Supernaut, because artistically you're correct. Monetarily, though? No. Monetarily speaking, financially speaking, Disney is just printing money at this point. Apparently Devil May Cry is next for the Castlevania guys. Are they just specializing in doing video game shows? I'm not going to complain, because it's probably going to be amazing. Netflix also helped to produce that Voltron Legendary Defender, and I don't care what anybody says, that show was fucking amazing. Voltron Legendary Defender was great. Oh, you couldn't pay me to defend Kathleen Kennedy, man. You know, I hate being the guy. That's a lie. That's a lie. I was about to lie to you, chat. I'm not gonna lie to you. Why would I lie? I think on some level you know that I love being a contrarian bitch. On some level you know that it brings me a sick edgelord pleasure for you to be like, hey, Thunderhead, have you seen this popular thing? And I'll be like, that popular thing you like is dumb. I'm too cool to like popular things. Duh. But I have my doubts about Favreau and Filoni,
Here at
and
Thunderhead
they don't
Studio,
matter.
we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
More and more and more. The thing is that me saying I have my doubts about Filoni and Favreau, it's meaningless. They don't, like, those men, if for some reason Jon Favreau wound up in this stream, and he heard me going, Jon Favreau's a poopy face, do you think he'd give a shit? Or do you think he would fan himself gently with $100 bills and carry on doing exactly what he's doing? Because my complaints don't mean anything. That man is making money. Clearly people like what he's doing. So I'll be the guy who points out that there are weaknesses in his work. Because ultimately all I'm really pointing out is that he isn't perfect, and I think everybody knows that already. How is it ever going to be perfect? And really, my willingness to nitpick works like that are only indicative of, like, if I didn't care about them, I wouldn't bother, you know? If I didn't give a shit about The Mandalorian at all, I wouldn't watch it closely enough to find the little things about it that bother me. But because I love Star Wars, and because I enjoy most of The Mandalorian, I pick out those little parts of it that make me go, I wish that didn't happen. And, you know, it's also kind of helped me to admit certain things about Star Wars to myself. Like, Star Wars... I grew up with Star Wars. I think most of us here grew up with Star Wars. Most of us here grew up not only with it, but grew up watching it, and grew up loving it, and in fact, built portions of our personality around it, which isn't the healthiest thing, strictly speaking, but let's face it, a lot of us did it. I hope a lot of us did it, because otherwise it's just me that did it. Oh, what is this music? Why are you doing this to me today, Pretzel? Stop it. Stop doing that. Man, oh man. Manro Fasal, welcome. Welcome back, man. How you doing? Matt Yee. Yeah, I know, right? Popular things are dumb. Ugh. I worship the old gods. You've probably never heard of them. Been happy with the newer stuff. Bad Batch has started out okay. I haven't watched it yet. I haven't watched any of the Bad Batch yet. I really, really liked Clone Wars Season 7. Manro Fasal, 13 months getting that Prime sub in. Thank you so much for the support, man. It really... I lack the words to describe how much you guys' support means to me. This channel for me is not a money-making endeavor by any stretch of the imagination. This is an endeavor for me to keep working on my hobbies, to keep active, to keep my projects going, to keep the creative juices flowing, and largely to be like a creativity vampire who saps off of your strength and ideas. And you, like good little sheep, continue to provide me with... Oh, I'm sorry, I'm being told I'm not supposed to say that part. I love the community. Painting is good. Encouragement here. No, really though, it's to keep myself going. To keep myself marginally accountable to some goals, even though that's kind of laughable for those of you who follow the channel regularly. And I think I've told you before, like, when I started the stream, shortly before I started it, I moved rural. And I had formerly lived in the middle of San Antonio, Texas. And I had basically become, you know, the comic book shop guy from The Simpsons. I had essentially become him. I would go down to my friendly local game store, Crossbow Roof. Good to see you. Welcome in. Thank you so much for getting that shout out, by the way, Project Dark Fox, for the great, the one, the only, the confusingly alluring Matt Yee. A really, really great paint streamer you should follow, particularly if you're interested in oil painting. He paints oil sloppy, and he makes me feel like an asshole for worrying as much about the details as I do, and that's a lot of fun. But yeah, go give him a follow. I used to just hang out at the friendly local game store and, you know, paint models and play games and bullshit. And...
Here at Thunderhead Studios, it's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
Such a mature sense of humor. And I would, like, wait for children to start talking about how they liked Star Wars Episode 1, and then I would yell at them until they started crying and their moms came to get them. Like, it was some pretty high-level stuff. And then I moved rural, and I'm not close to any... I don't have a friendly local game store. I mean, like, I do. I have a game store I go to play, or at least I did before, you know, COVID. Hopefully they'll start back up again soon. But I wasn't able to just hang out with people anymore, and I kind of thrive on that socialization. And in many ways, this stream has been that to me, since I haven't been able to do it in person so much. It's allowed me to sit and work on my models and have some people with similar interests come in and ask questions and talk about what they've been watching. And it's really just kind of like a gamers hangout atmosphere. And that's all I ever really want it to be. But all I'm really saying this for is to note that when I get subscriptions, it's immensely flattering and validating that you guys out there want this to continue, and thank you. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm complicating it, but I'm just trying to say thank you for keeping this going. It really does mean the world. Enjoyed episode 1 as a kid. Jedis were super cool. Enjoyed it more than episode 7. Fight me! You were allowed to like Phantom Menace as a kid. I used Phantom Menace to describe a phrase. I didn't coin this phrase. Somebody else coined this phrase, and I can't remember who it was, but phantom menacing as a verb. You're asking yourself, what does it mean to phantom menace? Phantom menacing is when you... and okay, I guess who actually originally coined this phrase in a broader sense would be Alfred Hitchcock, when he talked about fridge logic. I don't know if you've ever heard this phrase. Several of you probably have. But fridge logic is the sort of logic that makes sense in the moment when you're watching the movie, and then later on, you're at your home at night, and you're sort of standing in front of the fridge looking for something to eat, and your mind's wandering, and you go, wait a second, that didn't make any sense. That's fridge logic. Now, if we extend that to a more specific incident, we have phantom menacing. Phantom menacing is the fact that when all of us came out of the theater having just seen The Phantom Menace, because you gotta fucking believe I was there for the midnight showing, baby, we all were like, that was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. Oh my god, Star Wars is back and better than ever, guys. Did you see Darth Maul? Did you see him? Jar Jar Binks is funny. And then time passed, and the adrenaline eased, And, well, we all regretted those things that we said. But we did say them. And I now use that phrase to describe, because that happens. You're high on the adrenaline of the moment, on the spectacle of what you saw, and it takes you a while to go, hold on a second. I was just really excited. Nothing about that was actually good. I've Phantom Menaced a few times since then. It's just, it's important to recognize that in the moment, and I mean, what's good, what you enjoy, these can be different things. It's all subjective anyway. Phantom Menace had cool things about it. It introduced us largely to Ray Park. I won't say introduced. Ray Park had been in a lot of stuff before that, but let's face it, a lot of us discovered Ray Park through Star Wars. Holy moly, Hamburg Tack coming in hot with 2 gifted subs going out to Rice Bowl, and Quias1. Hamburg, thank you so much, man. Hamburg is probably the most vociferous and that's not the right word. The most aggressive of the stream supporters. Hamburg, I really, really appreciate your support, man. Thank you so much for those gift subs. Hope they enjoy them. Hang on, let me get caught up here. I've been missing some of chat. Star Wars Christmas Special was hands down the best thing ever to be produced in cinematic history. Why do I read chat? Why? I'm like, I'm missing chat. I need to go see what people are saying. I scroll up, and that's the first bullshit that gets shoved into my face. Yeah, Fibonacci's code. I agree. That's what streaming is all about. Like anything that has any margin of success to it, people turn it into a business, and I don't think that's entirely wrong, but my business is something else, and the streaming just sort of facilitates that to a degree, but largely it keeps me creative and motivated. The Boon to Eve Classics, one of the greatest parts of Star Wars. Dude, okay, Shiny Agron, did you play Star Wars Pod Racer on the N64? Because that was legitimately like one of the best Star Wars video games they've ever made. Star Wars Pod Racer was great. Like, I played so much of that game. I've played it in the arcade since then too, and it's still a lot of fun. It was the lightsaber battle. Duel of the Fates left the amazing sense of satisfaction. Yeah, like it ended with a bang. It went out with a bang, and you were like, oh, big spectacle. And you forgot about the part where the silly lizard rabbit man stepped into poo-poo. And then he said, oh no, I stepped in poo-poo. Or the part when the child asked the grown woman if she was an angel. Just kind of glazed right over those parts. Yeah. The new trilogy, Phantom Menace 2, I would argue that a little bit, SP Firestarter. I would argue that a little bit only because I have had time to reflect on the new trilogy. And I maintain that The Force Awakens is a perfectly fine movie. I actually quite enjoyed it. Still have a pod racing poster. Sebulba, baby. Ooh, all about that Doug life. That makes sense for you, Matt Yee. I don't know what that means. I don't know what I'm implying, but I don't regret it. What do Doug women look like? You know what? I regret asking that question because somewhere there's a Rule 34 of exactly that, and I don't ever want to see it. Please, whatever you do, don't look that up. But we learned that I'll try spinning. That's a good trick. We got so many memes out of it, and cultural worth is an interesting subject to argue, and I would argue that The Phantom Menace has great cultural worth in the sheer quantity and quality of memes that it provided us through George Lucas's terrible, terrible writing. Yeah, I don't think that the new trilogy Phantom Menace, because I did not come out of The Last Jedi Phantom Menacing. I came out of The Last Jedi going, what the fuck did I just watch? What was that garbage? Oh my god, the Thunder Mom! Thank you so much for that sub. Good to know you're lurking. I'm sorry if I say anything terribly offensive, but I figure you probably know what you're in for by now. Yeah, I mean, she comes in and I'm here talking about like Rule 34 for female Dougs from Star Wars. Like, don't type that into a search engine, whatever you do. I still like The Force Awakens. I like it less than I did when it came out, because when it came out, it was good based on the potential that it represented. It's a fine film. When we thought that that's a good story for another time was going to be paid off eventually, which we now know that it won't be, and never will be. When we thought that any of that was ever going to be paid off, and it just never was. It set lots of good things up, and then Rian Johnson was like, fuck you. And fuck us he did. He fucked us in our hearts. He fucked us in our brains. He fucked us in our souls. Now here we are. Fibonacci, I hold no responsibility for anything that you see, or any trauma that you endure. But I already did. Oh, Kursala. Are you really going to pretend that this is that much worse than what we're normally talking about in here? Just tell me her bedtime story and come back to what does Doug genitalia look like after all? If they've got 4 legs, where exactly is there? No, I'm gonna stop that. Dave's mini art. Where's my baby? Oh, is this like a Taken scenario? Do you have a very particular set of skills, Dave's mini art? Are you going to find me? How you doing, Dave? I hope you've been feeling better, man. I hope that recovery has continued to go well for you. A long talking to from your wife now, huh? if you know what I mean. How the fuck is there anybody in this chat when I the quality of our discourse has not gotten any better. Rangonius, I disagree. If that's something that you hadn't seen, it's something that you are now richer in spirit for having seen. Unless you're talking about what you just looked up online, in which case, I'm very, very sorry. Dave's Mini Art, thank you so much for that resub, my friend. I hope things are going well for you, man. It's always good to see you popping up in chat. Have you gotten any streaming in? Or are you still working up to that again?
If you anger the fox, you're gonna get stuffed in a box.
I know this is fascinating. I'm just processing pieces, but after this is done, we'll be able to assemble some legs. And I'm gonna cut myself off before we go too long so I can get some oil painting in today. Falling down the rabbit hole of Star Wars bodybuilders. Oh no. Oh no. Matt, I will never give in to the dark side of your sloppy, disgusting ways. Matt Yee is effectively the Sith of oil painting. If you take the quick and easy path, like Darth Yee did, you will become an agent of evil. You don't want to know what's in the box, Crypt Shadow. It ain't pretty. Moving soon, so your studio's in storage till after the move. But I'm glad to hear that you're going to be getting back to it, man. I look forward to that. Probably, I'm looking at about 1 year from today, I'm going to be moving my studio into a bigger location, and that's going to be a fun time. I've started getting the game room set up. I've been talking about running some games here on Twitch, some actual tabletop games, playing against chat a few times. I'm making progress on that. The refurbishment of the interior of the game room is coming up soon. I'm going to be repainting, mounting some new shelves. I will doubtlessly be posting photos of my progress as I work on that, setting up some new cameras. I've got a pretty cool camera set up, ready to go for that, where I'm going to be able to have I've got an 8x4 game table, and we'll be able to have, a neoprene mat and terrain and game pieces set up and then we'll have an overhead shot, like a bird's eye view of the table. We'll have a separate view of me standing at the table, and then I'll have another camera on a little tripod so I can move around for a model's eye view. And I think that with some games like BattleTech or, you know, grid-based games, we should be able to play me against chat and have a pretty good time doing that. It's something I've been talking about for a while, but I'm finally making real, tangible progress on it now that spring is rolling in. Does that make Wapple the Yoda? Now that you say it, Wapple is kind of like Yoda in a number of ways. I don't know if he's here to take offense to that still. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that, Rangonius. Because we got some really cool people here in chat, and I think we could have a lot of fun with, like, using channel points and such to redeem, you know, model movements. And if we play something that is gridded, it will be really easy. We don't have to worry about precise measurements or, oh, I thought I was closer or any of that bullshit. Grid-based games should go very smoothly, I think. You just tell me how many grid squares to move. In what direction. Or hexes, rather, because hexes are superior, as we all know. A visible grid on the map makes the mechanics of play much easier. The official BattleTech map, yeah. Reference numbers. I agree, that's probably a good idea. We'll play it by ear and see how it goes. We'll probably start small with like some actual official BattleTech hex maps, because that way you could also have the hex map out in front of you with all the reference numbers, and you wouldn't have to guess. All my hexes live in Texas. Yup. Sumitha, you don't have to rub that in. I'll come up with something for you to waste your points on before then. Stop accruing channel points. Just stop it. In a way, you're cheating by watching the stream now, and everyone should leave. Please don't abandon me. Shit. How am I supposed to know that people are going to start listening to me on today of all days? Usually it's fucking opposite day around here. Oh, speaking of which, I need to get you them Sumithas. But yeah, now the good thing about how long it's taken for me to get to that Sumitha is that you're probably going to get to see a Sumitha mech painted in oil. Because that really has been a lot of what I'm doing lately, and I'm enjoying it, so I'm probably going to continue doing it. I need to finish that Shadowhawk that I started in oil. And I'm trying to get this Conquest Force done, so that I can play with it. But I just got here! Please don't listen to me. I mean, you know, sometimes listen to me. Listen to me when I want you to listen to me, and don't when I don't. And determine which is which correctly without me having to prompt you. This model in particular is going to be much fun to paint with oils. Because of all these sinewy muscles. I think this is going to be really, really good. Oh, that was one time, White Wolf. I gave you shit one time. And it was funny. I think the command is still Razor Babes. Which I can't explain.
Fingertips covered in superglue are not approved safety gear for handling razor blades.
So kind of like I do with the wife. There you go. Yeah, you know, we have a bit of a parasocial relationship. It's like a parasocial spousal relationship. Most of the time, just tune me out. Alright, almost there. Mostly just here to maintain order and throw shade. And you're so good at it, Project Dark Fox. So good. Where's Walter at today? Is he streaming? Or is he, like, living his life someplace outside in the sunshine that I hear so much about? Living his life. God, what a loser. Am I right? What a nerd. Outside, living life, having friends, going places. Oh, I feel so sorry for... Oh my god, my life is meaningless. Yes. Nerd. I didn't realize the timer was that long.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
It's just accurate. Were you the last person to use that one? Sumatha, were you the last person to use Respect the Fox? Because I think I have it set up for a long delay for the same person using it. I'll check out the timer on it, though. Hamburg Tack, thank you so much for the reminder. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, because see, for Kursala, it's only 47 seconds. Not a particularly matters much fairy tale fan, NL. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Welcome to my nightmare. It's not a nightmare. That's unfair. It's like a daymare. What is the origin of the phrase nightmare? Can anyone tell me? Is there somebody in chat who just... Somewhere is somebody who just has this knowledge ready to go. It's like a fun little anecdote they tell at parties. Which one of you has it? Or is it one of those that's like so old it's shrouded in mystery? Howdy, howdy, Rubik's Cube. How you doing? God damn, there's a lot of cleaning. It's an old English word. Yes, but what is its origin? At what point was somebody like, that bad dream I had is a lot like this horse? But at night, like a horse came to me in the night, and it was bad. We'll call it a nightmare. Or is it's like the same word, but it meant something else at the time? Hey, Manix the Lemur, good to see you. And Dre Kari, how you doing today, man? Mythological demon or goblin. I love the word goblin, don't you? I just like saying it. Goblin. Who torments others with frightening dreams. The term has no connection with the modern English word for a female horse. Okay, that makes sense. If it's old enough English, that makes perfect sense. Because, yeah, so many words are just like, well, it kind of sounds like the modern use, but it has nothing to do with it. I am. I don't know how many of you know this. I am, in fact, the goblin. And, you know, that's been a really, really hard thing for me growing up. I've had to fight a lot of prejudice, a lot of bigotry. People don't really understand goblins. They think that we go to people in the night and haunt them with bad dreams, or steal their children and cook them in caves. And, you know, that second part is partially true, but that doesn't mean that we deserve to be persecuted for our ways. We're not like gremlins, you know, we're not sneaking into your planes and messing with your engines or anything like that. When I think of gremlin, you know what's funny is, okay, so there's gremlins, which everybody always thinks of the gremlins from Gremlins. When I hear the word gremlin, though, I always think of the gremlin from the old Bugs Bunny cartoons. He had like airplane wings on the sides of his head, you know? Hobby Goblin. Oh, that's actually pretty good. I don't hate that. Hobby Goblin. We should do something with that. What? I'm not sure. But something. Lurking to get the storm report posts ready off to reheat dinner so I can come back to enjoy mold line scraping. Well, we should be just about done with that. I think this is the last piece. And I'm going to do a little bit of gluing and then we're going to swap over to painting. Next Halloween costume. That could work. That could, in fact, work. Speaking of which, I know we've got at least a few new people in chat today, so I'm going to go ahead and mention the Storm Report, which is a bit that we do at the end of every single stream, which is it's like a hobby share segment. If you are a participant in this hobby, or really any hobby, if you engage in any artistic endeavors whatsoever,
to Thunderhead Studio.
This is the first
The
rule.
only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Don't do that.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. Don't do it. For the love of God. Look, I want to see your art, okay? And you may think that should count parts of your naked body, but I don't. I don't think that counts. So please don't post any part of yourself in the Storm Report unless it's like a tattoo in a socially acceptable area. But yeah, we just, I think that sharing your art is an important part of being an artist. At least it is for me. I get a lot out of it. And it's kind of a fun way for us all as a community to keep up on what everybody's working on and sort of help out. Some of us might have an idea if you're stuck, you're having an artist block or something like that. But it doesn't have to be miniature painting. It doesn't even have to be painting. It can be woodworking, it can be photography, it can be cross-stitch, it can be anything. If you have worked on something creatively, recently or not even recently, just something that you're proud of and you'd like to share, I would love it if you felt like sharing it with us, and we will take a look at it at the end of the stream right here live on the stream. You can request feedback if you want, or just have fun showing off what you got. I need to add a little bit more here to gap fill. I'm being pretty stingy with my plastic glue. It's so easy to do, though. If you feel like sharing with us and getting your work right here on the stream, all you need to do is go over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, pop into the channel marked The Storm Report, and post up to 2 pictures of your work. And we'll take a look. And go ahead and note on there, be like, I'm just looking to show off. I'm just, I need help with picking colors. Where should I go from here? And we'll help if we're able. But I'd love to see what you're working on, one way or the other. And as I tell people, I think that sharing your work is important. Getting used to other people seeing it, getting used to receiving constructive criticism, things like that. I might have to do a little bit of gap filling on that, but that's okay. And this is a nice, easy, sort of safe space to do that in, where you're not having to put yourself out to the whole world. A goblin with all his fingers glued together. The hobby goblin. I love it. I'm kind of overdoing it with the plastic glue here, you might notice, and it's because I want it to squish out and gap fill a bit. Normally, you really don't need much at all. I'm just being profligate with my plastic cement. I might go ahead and green stuff some of these. I scraped away a little bit too much material. I think I was a little aggressive, but that's okay. There's that. A looks like these pieces go together. Not that one. This one. Hobby porn. That's not the same thing. That's okay. Hobby porn is okay. Not like if porn is your hobby. You know what? Who was it? Who was it that when trying to define obscenity... I can't remember who it was, who famously said, "You'll know it when you see it." I can't remember who it is because I'm historically illiterate. Extra there.
Yeah, you glue that model. You glue it good, huh? You take that plastic and you melt it. You melt it and you just push it right into the other plastic. Oh, until they merge into one. Oh, God. Yeah. Yeah, you just slap that glue right in there. Yeah, be messy about it. Make a big mess.
Thank you, Data Nerd. Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like it was a Supreme Court justice, but I couldn't remember who by name.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
We do need some fresh 50 Shades of Coal Gray. That or a new book. One of the two. Yeah, I agree. Something fresh. Need to go whip Chaotic Harmony until he comes up with new ideas. For free, specifically. Okay. Leg pieces. Arm pieces are the big ones, I want to say. Oh, that's not right. Hang on. Let me look at my picture. Consult the image.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray, Chapter 4. Thunderhead slowly brushed up and down the leg of the miniature as I watched from the desk, my glistening paint waiting for his brush to get even more. The desire was there, he knew that, but he still kept painting that mech's crevices again and again, even after his paint ran thin. "Oh, I suppose I need more paint," he said, smirking as he reached past me for another jar, dipping his brush deep inside of it while I watched in agony.
So this is how the arm goes together. This is the shoulder and the bicep, and then this is the forearm, and then you attach the hands. It's got ball joints for each piece, so you can pose that quite a lot. Let me set those aside. Forearms and shoulders, excellent. And then the back legs are these larger pieces, and they go like so, into this sort of digitigrade style of leg. And then the foot goes on the bottom. These are going to be a pain to pose. I've got it built. I'm probably not going to pose it right now. I said I was going to, but I am, a liar. Just want to make sure I know which parts go with what. Yeah, that goes there. And then the forelegs are slightly smaller. And they just go the same way. So they go back, and then into that, and then the foot goes on there. And again, they've got ball joints in each position. So it's actually going to be interesting to pose. Clean my desk for a moment here. A bit too erotic is my middle name. Can you? Can you? Yes, you can. My favorite thing about that is that it is not presented as a joke in the film at all. It is presented as a serious weapon.
There's something about Canopian cat
that
girls
threatens the
that
main
give me
character.
that warm, fuzzy feeling. Or maybe it's just my allergies.
All right. Off the desk we go. I should have like a little hand vacuum for my desk. That seems like a good idea. On the other hand, I would almost inevitably suck up like a really valuable little tiny piece of plastic and then immediately regret it. I don't know about that. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. Alright, ladies and gents, give me one moment. I'm going to take a quick bio break, and then we are going to be back. And we're going to start oiling up these men-at-arms, which... You know, I'm fine with that phrasing. Like, I thought about it, and I think I'm fine with it. Yeah, okay. I'll see you in just a minute. Yeah, I was just like, fucking, I'm out of here. You know what? I quit. Cha-cha-cha. Hey, Greg the Salt Miner, good to see you, man. How are things? Move my abomination pieces out of the way here. Pile of bits. Do some posing on that later. Oh my god, excuse me. Out my oil palette, which again is just a piece of cardboard with some parchment paper glued around the edges. It's this is so much better than using porcelain for me, because after I'm done with these, what I'll usually do is I'll just take this, I'll take my hobby knife and I'll slit it along the sides, I'll fold the paper up and I'll throw it away, I'll put down another one. I made a huge mess my first time oil painting because I used a porcelain palette, which seemed to make sense, and then I had a huge glob of paint on there. I think when I went to clean it up, I was like, I'm used to acrylic, and you get a huge glob of acrylic and you'll snap it off with your thumb, and I went, yeah, and I just jammed my thumb into a big glob of uncured oil, and it was a mess. It was a mess. Okay. Done a bunch of burnt ochre on this guy. Probably start working up his armor and a few other bits. Going to some burnt umber. This is the color I've been using the most. Probably need to mix up some more. Oh, you need a big daddy extruder, eh, Greg? Okay, all right. So I've been learning a lot about the consistency of oils and why you don't want to over-thin them when you're putting them in your bottles. A lot of times I'll say it's easier to add material on than it is to take it off. It's easier to cut more off than it is to put some back on. Same thing with oils. It is easy to thin them further than it is to thicken them. So you're definitely shooting for like a heavy gel-like consistency, and then if you want to thin it down for some reason, you can go ahead and do that on an as-needed basis. I do use my porcelain palette off here to the side to store a little bit of white spirits. Oh, that's a good idea to square. Yeah. I don't have any wah-wahs, though. That really is one of the best emotes I think anyone has in the entire fucking world, Rubik's Cube. Walter's Burr emote, it's hilarious. Oh, series of cheap, crappy synthetic brushes. Probably do green for that. I'm gonna start off slathering in some of this burn umber. Because I'm trying to get down into crevices and stain here, I am adding a little bit of white spirits to my burnt umber for what is the functional equivalent of base coating. It's not exactly like base coating with acrylics, but it fills the same niche, if you will. Consistency really is key. Sometimes you want to lay on your colors and then let them sit for a little while to kind of thicken in sets that you can then come in and blend on top of them. If they're too watery, they're not going to blend all that well. If they're too thick, they're not going to blend at all. It really just kind of comes down to doing it sort of by feel. And the more I do it, the more of a feel I get for it. So it's honestly too thin. Now we're cooking. Hey, how you doing, my feet? Good to see you. And Datron Voltari, always a pleasure. Non-metallic metal is so frustrating. How does anyone have patience to do this? Asri, I have found it is frustrating. You teach your brain to see where the light should go. And I think that a good thing to study for non-metallic metal is look up volumetric lighting, because it teaches you how to describe shapes using patterns of light. And that's what non-metallic metal is. You're trying to describe the shape of the piece of metal using light. So you learn your basic shapes, you learn your cubes and your cylinders and your spheres, and using those three shapes you can sort of describe almost anything that you need to. Practice, practice, Azra. You'll get it. Nobody started off knowing how to do it, but if you keep doing it, eventually it'll just flow right out of you without any effort. I say that like I'm any good at it now. A larger version of the tumor tank. Oh no, have you told the patient? Getting back to the palette after a 3-week hiatus due to real-world crap. Aw, the real world is crap, isn't it? Well, I'm glad to hear you're getting back to painting. Some of this away. Another thing you definitely have to break out of when you're doing oil painting is the temptation to swish your brush in your cup constantly. Mostly you just wipe the oils away. And occasionally use a little bit of thinner, but you don't want to use a lot. And I'm going to go over to some burnt sienna. Oh, SP Firestarter, thank you for the reminder. Got myself a fresh beer. What are you working on, Rubik's Cube? Oh, working on some basing for Mimics you just finished up tonight. The kit bash from a 3D print a buddy gave you looks cool. Rubik's Cube, if you feel like posting it in the Storm Report, I'm sure people would love to see it. I've told you this, Greg. We're going to do another project for the truly limited palette. Since starting with the limited palette, I have added to it Payne's Gray, Burnt Sienna, and Pale Rose Blush. And that is all that I've added to it. But I did that because I found myself mixing up what was basically Burnt Sienna, and I was like, why am I doing this? I have it right here. And then the Payne's Gray is just way too goddamn good for doing armor. Honestly, this is the wrong brush. So I'm trying something I think you'll like, Greg, where I've been using a base coat of burnt sienna, or not necessarily a base coat, but I've been starting with burnt sienna on all my armor to kind of lay in a deep, rusty sort of shadow. Like I'm going to start on the bottom of these rivets with burnt sienna, and then I'm going to come in and work in Payne's Gray, and it has created an interesting effect. think I need to keep practicing it. I'm not like an expert at it or anything like that. But the warm shadows are really nice. Wapple's wet on wet approach. Yes. In the beginning. I'm still figuring out how to let my consistencies develop as I continue to work on a figure, because there are definitely times when you want the oil to sit for a little while and thicken and then come in with a real thick oil on top of it and almost dry brush it in. And you know, you got, like, oils blend so naturally too. I'm learning you have to be kind of careful with it because you can overblend. You can easily overblend and wind up just making mud, I think is what Matt Yee calls it. And yeah, it becomes very apparent very quickly what he's talking about. Making mud is easy to do. A little bit more of my burnt umber here. A little bit more of the burnt umber to start the inside of the shield. What I like about this with the oils is you really can just paint sloppy. You can just slop it right around, and if you wind up with color someplace you didn't mean to have it, like, you can always blend it out pretty easily. Well, I've got my burnt umber going. I'll go ahead and hit the rest of the leather parts. Leather and linen, I both start with this burnt umber. And then I work one up through red and one up through white. Payne's Gray is an ink. It's a pigment. Amateur Paint Hour. I'm a Thunder sub. Ooh, phrasing. Thank you so much for the resub. How you doing today, Amateur Paint Hour? Hope things are going well for you. And thank you so much for getting that shout out there, Project Dark Fox. Amateur Paint Hour is an excellent paint streamer that you should definitely check out if you haven't yet. Great radio DJ or audiobook voice. I've had people ask me about narrating audiobooks before. When you look into that, though, it quickly becomes apparent that most of the market for that, particularly breaking in, is like, hey, you want to make money? Do porn. I'm like, oh, never mind. I'm good. I'm all set. Thank you. Read some smut. I don't know. Payne's Gray is a blend. Look, all I know is it came in a tube and it says Payne's Gray. It's a blue-black and I like it. Working on some BattleTech, as always, doing a Clan Invasion box as Clan Wolf for a local shop. Nice. I'm glad so many local shops have been picking up BattleTech forces to get people started with. It's a long time where that was not the case, but BattleTech is in a bit of a renaissance at the moment. Just blowing up some mechs on Mech Warrior 5. I'm still waiting for the perfect set of mods to come out for that. I think I'll probably be waiting a long time. What is the perfect set of mods? set myself an impossible goal. If you want to make a living as a writer, the easiest way is to write smut. People gobble that stuff up, and it takes no talent to write it. I would argue it does. It takes some... Okay. It takes no talent to write smut. It takes talent to write good smut. What good smut is probably going to be subjective. But then, you know, what isn't? Probably doesn't take as much talent to write good smut as it does to just write good fiction in general. I agree with that. But there is certainly a difference between good smut and bad smut. Alright, now I can start coming in with my Sienna. Though I think maybe the point is that you can much more easily break into the market even writing terrible smut, and I think that's probably true. It's right up there with writing, like, pulp military fiction. Like, you don't have to be good at writing anything to sell pulp military fiction. It just has to be marginally functional. If you can technically tell that the story progresses from one place to another, you can sell it. And honestly, that's not even always true. The guy who wrote Aftermath for Star Wars when they started the new trilogy, like, that book is barely readable, and he made a bunch of money. Alright, just mixing some Sienna in on the back of the shield. Work that up into a yellow in a minute. Oh, it was terrible. It was terrible. Aftermath was a god-awful book. I'm laying this Sienna into the shadows of my armor pieces, and then I'm going to work them up through cool grays. Not well, mind you, and I'm determined not to take that much time focusing on any one of these models. I'm just trying to use quick techniques that yield visually striking results. Fibonacci's Code, thank you so much for hanging out, man. You have a good night. That's a lot of paint. Didn't mean to leave that much actual paint behind, but that's okay. Here, getting that corner, a little bit there. Don't really need to worry about it over here so much. A little bit on this bottom corner. Delta Ice, it's going pretty damn good. Thank you so much for asking. How are you doing tonight? Pitching your first manuscript to smaller publishers, got several offers where they would agree to publish the novel if I would agree to write 3 to 5 romance novels under a pseudonym for their subsidiary publisher to ensure they made back their investment. Fascinated and disgusted. That's just humanity, Asri. That's just you coming into contact with the human race. We're a disgusting and fascinating bunch. But the real question is, did you do it? Ah, those disgusting romance novels written under a pseudonym, but there's so many of them. Which one? Which pseudonym did you write them under? So I can warn people to stay away. Bit of sienna. I go ahead and blend this into the upper part of my leather straps here because I really only want the umber to be the deepest color, and we're going to blend up through sienna into kind of a yellow. Doing decent. Me trying to paint tonight, but I'm pretty terrible at it. Delta Ice, that's... It's good. It's good that you're learning. We have a policy around here, though. And I don't mean to call you out, but I want you to consider this. We try not to say bad things about our own work or our own talent around here. It can be a little hypocritical. I find myself doing it sometimes, too. But, you know, there's all kinds of painters out there with different skill levels and different levels of experience. And there's also the world at large, and the world at large is a... it's a rat bastard. And the world will... Audio problem? Really? Shit. Just out of nowhere? Is that any better? Thank you. Seems like it's probably OBS. Give me a moment, and we will sort this. Like last time I had to disconnect my camera. Is that any better? Or is it still doing it? It's something to do with the camera connection. I couldn't tell you what it is, but at least I've narrowed it down that much. Entirely possible, so I mean it shouldn't be. It's a new one on a card that I installed myself. Oh, maybe that's the problem though. I don't know. Randomness is not good. Randomness is concerning. Let's get some of this Payne's Gray going. Hey, how you doing, Ion Raptor? Good to see you. Thank you for the reminder, Hamburg. Okay. Painting Battletech minis and just super freaking hard to get them to look decent for me. Tried the contrast paints and that didn't really help. Contrast paints are not a... They're definitely not a cure-all. They take some practice on their own. But I'll tell you what, Delta Ice, if you feel like posting some of your work up in the Storm Report, we could certainly take a look at it and see if we can't figure out some way to help you out, or maybe just a direction you can move in. I make no promises, mind you. Yes, yes. Pop over to the Thunderhead Studio Discord. There's a channel marked the Storm Report where you can post up to 2 pictures you'd like to share with us. And yeah, I'd be happy to take a look at what you got. Alright, I'm lay in some of this Payne's Gray and just start blending us in here. Touch of thinner there. Just a touch. You never really need more than a touch. Yeah, contrast paints definitely like sculpted details more than flat surfaces, and mechs are largely flat surfaces. Oh, that was a bit too much. That's what I get for not pre-glazing. I'll let that settle for a minute before I come back in and start working it. And that's one of the reasons that I'll often do that pre-glazing step that you might have seen me do a few times. It establishes that base layer of oils so that you don't wind up with the problem of pulling some of your oil up when you go to blend into it. So much of working in oils is about the consistency of your paint. Of the particular oil on the particular surface, and that pre-glaze helps take care of a lot of that. I'm kind of doing it rough style right now. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, White Wolf. Oh, take it easy. Go relax. Try to have a better night, my friend. Delta Ice, how familiar are you with the technique known as dry brushing? Because that may be your friend when it comes to hard surface figures like battle mechs. Yeah, have you attempted the technique called dry brushing? Because that is absolutely fantastic for Battletech. There's a very low skill floor and a very high skill ceiling. Which is to say, it's very easy to get started with and get good results, and it takes a long time to really master it. You can take it a long way. It's not gonna If you practice it, you can do really amazing things with it. There are some techniques that have a very, very low skill ceiling, meaning you can only get so good at it, and then you're gonna kind of want to grow past it. But dry brushing, I mean, I still use quite a lot. Some people will do whole minis using dry brushing and have them look fantastic. There's a lot of technique to pick up. Hey, Spaztech, good to see you. Yeah, between washing and dry brushing, you can do a lot of stuff. Between washing and dry brushing, you can do whole armies and have them look pretty damn good. And if you're really, really good at it, you can have them look, like, really good. There are some very high-level painters out there who will use those techniques exclusively on some figures and yield amazing results. Oh, Delta Ice, we have so much we can teach you. Washing is essentially the technique from which contrast painting is derived. It involves taking a very, very thin paint, essentially, with not too much pigment and a real, real low surface tension, and washing it over the surface of a figure so that it runs down into the crevices and the cracks and whatnot. And it deepens and darkens all of those. Things like panel lines and joints between plates and stuff like that. So you can, like, paint a color and then black wash over the top of it, and the black will run down into the crevices, sit there, and dry. And it's just like instant shading. Yeah, between that and dry brushing, like if you just do those two things, dry brush a model and wash it, it can be tabletop ready in minutes. Yeah, if you're just getting started, Delta Ice, I would go ahead and buy something that is formulated to be a wash. Because getting the consistency down, mixing your own, is very, very tricky. It's something that you could do later, and I know a lot of people are really big on the mix all your own paints, do all your own stuff, but if you're fighting your tools, you're not going to be having fun, and it's important that you have fun while you work. In my opinion. I would recommend picking up, even, like, I'm not a huge fan of Citadel paints, but their line of washes are quite good. Citadel washes, Army Painter washes. I'm not a big fan of the Vallejo washes, but they're usable too. Yeah, washes and their dry brush compounds, I think, are the only two places where Citadel pots for me are like, yeah, okay, this is fine. For regular paints, they're awful. Go. Alright, up to here. Go any further. Pull out a little titanium white. Hey, POV, how you doing today, man? Yeah, Soulsworn Reaper paints are pretty fantastic. I think if I could pick any one paint to give a newbie as a starter set, it would almost always be a Reaper starter set. Apologize, I'm not as talkative as I was earlier. I'm kind of thinking more about what I'm doing now. And still just sort of making this up as I go. But there's going to be so many of these guys standing in a row that I'm comfortable experimenting on them because they're going to... all the mistakes are going to kind of blend together. A lot like the paint. So it's a good sort of learning project. As you can tell, I'm being very, very rough with this application too. We don't pay you to think, we pay you to say nerdy stuff.
Oh, Snape did nothing wrong. Dumbledore was bad.
That kind of nerdy stuff, is that what we're talking about? Fucking Harry Potter. Still shocked that became as big a thing as it was for so long. I had friends who started reading Harry Potter when it first came out, and at the time I was that turbo dork who was like, you know, you can always read The Lord of the Rings instead. And they were like, shut up, nerd. And then they hit me.
Snape lives.
Wait, did he die? And that's... I don't know if that I ever finished Harry Potter. He was the most evil of Battletech characters that made appearances in multiple books. Muad'Dib. Take a touch more of that burnt sienna. Work it into the lower part here and just blend it in real nice. Oh yeah, no, it absolutely would have. I'm realizing that oil paints are actually pretty good, particularly for painting while streaming, because I can get distracted by chat and just kind of fuck around for a while and have my brush up in the air, and then when I go back to painting, like, it's all still wet and it's all still blendable, and it will be for hours and hours and hours. Rubik's Cube, you get to bed. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, though, today, man. I hope you had fun. I hope to see you again. Yeah, Citadel paints, like, most acrylic paints even, if I have it on my brush and I stop to chat for a minute, it'll be dry by the time I get back and I'll have to start over. This is why I say when I'm painting with oils, I'm really just kind of flinging paint at the model, because I'm really not being careful at all here. I'm just sort of waggling paint where I think it should go, and then kind of making it up from there. With a really quite shitty brush. If you get your consistencies right, it goes down nice. There's definitely a learning curve going from acrylics to oils. I feel like if you started with oils, you wouldn't have this problem. Because I have to unlearn so many little things that I just do without thinking about it. But once it starts to click, and I don't pretend that I'm any good at this yet, it's just, it has started to click in some small ways that have been very satisfying. I'm glad that Wapelius stopped in and left before I started doing this, because he'd just be sitting at home shaking his head like, no, 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 Thunderhead. want this end to be lighter, so I'm just kind of coming in with some white and blending it in. Coming with a little bit more white. Just dab it in there. I probably shouldn't use my bare finger. And then kind of blend it out. There we go. A little bit more. A little bit more. Just blend it right in. Nice. Clean. You can create masterpieces with Citadel. I mean, yeah, an artist in general, but I mean, a miniature artist can do anything with almost any material or any paint. That's certainly true. Well, Data Nerd, I'll tell you what happened to that. I forgot that I said it. And it's a good idea, but then I didn't do it. And now here we are. You know? I need to thin that Payne's Gray a wee little bit.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
Making you forget even the most basic of safety concerns. This is something worth knowing if you are painting with oils. Many of them are toxic. Don't put them in your mouth. Don't lick your brush. There's a problem you don't have with acrylics. Acrylics you could slurp right out of the bottle if you really wanted to. You shouldn't. It's not good for you. But it's not going to... It is unlikely to poison you in any significant way. Whereas some oil paints could poison you horribly. Mouthful of cadmium. It sounds like the next Man with No Name movie. Who am I kidding? There's no next Man with No Name movie. That was a whole era of film ago. Something I've picked up from every top-level artist I've ever talked to, as much as I said, there are no complicated techniques. It's all strings of simple, basic, fundamental techniques and skills. People just always want the silver bullet. Yeah, it's just practice. Being a good painter is always just down to practice. And then something else I've learned, too, is that particularly when you start looking to high-level painters and like, what's your secret? What's your trick? I mean, something that works great for them might not work at all for other painters of a similarly high skill level. It's about the individual artist. There are as many ways to paint as there are people painting. Why am I having trouble with this? Hang on a second. Okay. This is strange. Hang on a second. I did something funny. There are as many ways to paint as there are people painting, and what works for one person is not necessarily going to work for you, so you really kind of have to just try all the techniques, and when you find one that works for you, when you find one that you like, run with it. Make it yours. Explore it to its maximum potential as far as your painting style goes. I refer to it as building a toolbox. All of these things are just tools that you can put in your box. Build your toolbox out of every single technique that you can find. Try everything, because you're going to try some things and go, this sucks, I hate doing it, I never want to do it again, and that's fine. You're going to try some things, and you're going to go, this is amazing, this is fun, this works with the way that I approach painting, and I want to do it for everything. Go for it. Some people really, really like to challenge themselves constantly to try new and interesting things. Some people just like to find the one technique that works and do it over and over. And there's nothing wrong with either approach, because we're all painting for different reasons, you have to remember. Some people just want to paint an army. Some people want to create works of art. For some people, a work of art could be a fully painted force that is a work of art on its own. Quantity has a quality all its own. Just here to steal Thunder's techniques. You cannot steal that which I freely give. Besides, it's not like I explained them well enough for you to steal them. Ha 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 ha! The old combat manual technique. Reserve the key techniques for yourself. The Thunder Cipher, as it were. I'm glad to hear that, Soulsworn. Like, that's maybe one of the best things I've heard from people since I started streaming, is when they say they've either learned something from watching me, or they have just been more motivated to paint since watching me. Like, if me fucking around and trying to learn new stuff helps you find your motivation, or helps you get better, helps you advance to the next step, gets you past whatever block is slowing you down, like, that is the greatest compliment I can receive. General schooling book standard. What you talking about, Waffles? How you doing, Waffles? How are things, man? It's good to see you. Ah, yes. There is method to my madness, Kursala. Sometimes. Okay, once there was method to my madness. One time. Come back in with some white and see what I can do there. And I'm not trying to speed through these guys right now, because this first 4 is very much my experimental tray of men-at-arms, as I'm kind of trying to work out, like, what order should I do this in? What's the fastest way to do each of these parts? How stark should my blends be? Things like that. Disjointed information, so you're dependent on someone to teach you stuff, even if the books are hella expensive and mandatory. Yeah, and you really only need them for the code, so you can take the online tests. That is the Thunderhead way of doing things, absolutely. that in and then just kind of blend it. Blowing this out too. Down, trying to maintain the shape of the shoulder. You thinning these paints yourself? What paints are you using? Spaztec, these are all Winsor & Newton Winton oil color paints. I pre-thinned them when I put them in the bottles because they come out of the tubes very, very thick. And then I kind of thin them to taste as I paint, depending on what it is I'm trying to do. You thin them first to sort of a thick gel-like consistency, like a lot of model paints that you'll get right out of the bottle. And then from there you can thin them down further if necessary. As I note though, it's much easier to thin a paint more than it is to thicken it. So you just get it down to the workable sort of maximum thickness consistency, and then you adjust fire from there. Blending so seamless, it's frustrating to watch. It's honestly, what I'm finding with oil paints is like, there are times when you don't want it to blend. Those are the tricky times. Because it's gonna blend more than it's not gonna. It'll blend when you don't necessarily want it to. It definitely helps me achieve a remarkably high standard for very little effort. Which is kind of what I like about it right now. Since I've got to paint a bunch of these dudes. Oh yeah, you can absolutely. There are definitely a number of techniques that you can use for the different brushes. You can use a two-blend or a two-brush blending technique also with oils. Depends on what you're trying to blend across which surface and which paints. I might have overdone it a little bit there, but I think that's okay. I can pull in some more blue if I really want to. Leonius Rex Studios, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Hope you're having a good day. I've been pretty lazy and I try to use the same brush for as many things as I can. Painting lazy is the name of the game right now. trying to get a look at light from a particular angle here. Still around a wet palette is such a game changer for paint. Yeah, wet palettes are really, really nice. There's something that have become very popular in recent years, and with good reason. So the nice thing about this, too, is, yeah, this blend is, like, really, really bright now on this side of the armor. If I want to darken it, I just come back in with some of my Payne's Gray and work it right in. Which I will. I believe this is what Wapple refers to as scumbling. It's with this funny little circular motion that I've got going on here. Which, even knowing what it means, I hate the word for some reason. Just something about it makes me feel wrong when I say it. Scumble. Scumbling. Gugh. Yeah, Mannix. I am using titanium white in this case, but I'm blending it in with the Payne's Gray. And then just adding more color as I like. See, kind of what I'll do is I'll pick up a good amount of my white, and I'll just come into where I think I want my highlights to be. In this case, kind of along the edge of the armor. And I'll vaguely describe the shape that I want to make. Like right there with that white. And then I'll throw my brush at one of the other models that I have on my desk, just so it doesn't get the impression that, you know, it's the boss around here, just so it knows that it's second class, that I can throw a brush at it any time I want.
Not to worry, we are still flying half a ship.
And then this is where that scumbling comes in. Just kind of shove that highlight around in a circular motion with mostly dry bristles. And it blends into that base tone you've got. Real nice. Yeah, you have to assert dominance over the brushes. There you go. That's exactly why I did it. That's why I always do it. In this case, I want to try to catch the edge here a little bit. You got a T-pose to assert dominance. Everyone knows that. Yeah, we learned that from Cyberpunk. Those of us who weren't aware before. See, I can just very gently use that to describe the center line of that armor, so now we have light kind of coming in from the side and catching it. And I'll use significantly less white over here. But a touch. Cyberpunk hurt all of our feelings. It was such a goddamn waste of so much potential. See, that was almost too much white. But the nice thing about oils, as I work in the too much white that I put over here in sort of a funny position, just blend it out, blend it out, blend it out, blend it out. I'm going to take a little bit more Payne's Gray. And just kind of blip, blap, bloop, bleep, blurp. Get that right in there. And then scumble, 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 scumble. I hate that word. Ugh. Wish it wasn't an accurate description. But it is. Work that in there to turn that into more of a blue and less of a white. That's not bad. That's not bad for a breastplate for as little effort as I've expended on it. Really need to try non-metallic metals, have a suit of armor in my kitchen. Who doesn't? So I can study the light and shadow on that. Yeah, so much of it, again, Manix Lemur, I was talking earlier, so much of non-metallic metal is just volumetric lighting. If you can learn to describe the basic set of shapes, the cylinder, sphere, cube, that's essentially all you're really doing when you're doing non-metallic metals. Is just describing the shape of the piece as light would hit it. I say that like I'm good at it. I'm not. I just that's my approach to it. No, we're not making that a thing. Painting a crease in the center. Yeah, there's a little ridge right here in the center. And that's what I was trying to describe there, is just to get it so it looks like the light is catching that edge. Same thing on the back. He has a little rim, a little edge going down the center. Thunderhead Scumbio? That doesn't sound any better. That makes me sound like I'm a human trafficker or something. None of these are flattering titles. Alright, let's pick up some more Payne's Gray and come to the helmet and the other shoulder. And just get started here. Thunderscum. I don't mind that.
If you don't respect the
Thunderscum
cat,
Studio.
You're gonna get the bat.
I'm okay with Thunderscum Studio. We can make that happen. Riot Sister! Good to see ya! Welcome in.
Hello there.
We need to make a version of that clip, but with Cat's head actually on Obi-Wan Kenobi. I've been having kind of an issue with thinning my Payne's Gray today, and I'm not sure why, or chemically what's going on. Did I maybe accidentally contaminate my white spirits? I guess that's possible. Obi-Cat Kenobi. Obi-Wan Cat-Nobi. Yeah, I like Roland's better, I have to be honest.
This studio is a hive of thunder, scum, and villainy. We must be cautious.
Maybe I'm using too much of it. That's possible. Your mom was in here earlier, Kat, and she subscribed. It was amazing. It made my whole night. I'm like a real boy now. God damn it, Sumitha. Why'd you, like, everybody thought it. Why'd you have to go and say it? It was fine before anybody said it. Now it's not fine. Now it's awful. Shoulders mostly behind the shield, so I'm not going to do too much to it. Not going to do too much to it. Cosmos 013, the 13th Cosmos. Wait, isn't the Cosmos like the whole Cosmos? Isn't there only one of them? I guess that's neither here nor there. Welcome to the stream, welcome to the Storm Chasers, and thank you so much for that follow, my friend. Alright. Back to our white for a little bit. Try to describe a bit of this conical shape on top of the helmet there. And scumble, 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 scumble. And there we go. A little bit more. That might honestly be too much. It's a lot of paint. I can always add in more blue if I need to. Now the goal, Soulsworn, is to get to a point where I'm not thinking as much about what I'm doing with my oils, so I can get back to my usual rambling nonsense. What have you been watching lately, Souls? What is everybody watching right now? I talked for a while earlier in the stream about what I'm watching. We talked about Superman and Lois. We talked about Jupiter's Legacy. We talked a little bit about Castlevania. What's on right now that I'm not watching that I should be? Just look how fucking easy that blend is. Just how just stupid easy that was to do. Is it the best blend? I mean, maybe not, because it's all a question of how you apply it, but it's so much easier than any blend I've done in my entire life. Oh, one of the little ones, huh? You used the phrase goblin earlier. It seems applicable here, too. I'm not watching Invincible. I haven't. Is that good? Should I watch it? I do like superhero things. Wife and I finally started watching The Expanse, only in the second season, but we're loving it so far. Chewie 8. I love that show. Everybody loves that show. The Expanse is just a great freaking show. I have to say, though, Season 1 is my favorite. The sort of detective noir aspect to Miller's whole story in Season 1 is my favorite. The rest of it's good, but I don't feel like it ever quite reaches that level again. It's different. Like, the Expanse is different from season to season. It's like it's a different style of show, almost entirely. Like, Season 1 is kind of a detective story, real slow moving, real slow burn. Season 2 picks up the pace and becomes more of a political drama. By the time you get to, like, Season 4, you're just full on into sci-fi turbo mode. Holden is a Jedi. You know, Roland, I'm much more on the level with Holden being basically just space Batman. He kind of just is. He's Space Batman, but his parents are technically alive. It doesn't get repetitive. None of the seasons are quite like the one before it, and I think that works to its favor. The story keeps moving and changing, and almost everything pays off at some point or another. Everything that's set up pays off at some point, and I really do appreciate that in the show. I won't say anything spoilery. No Expanse spoilers, because there are definitely people who haven't watched it who want to.
Stumble, scumble, toil and bumble.
Saw the Demon Slayer movie in theaters the other day. It was weird, but really, there's a Demon Slayer movie? What is that? I don't know what the fuck's in theaters right now. You see how easily that white became blue? Ooh, it's great. It's magnificent, isn't it? I mean, okay, you give me your opinion on the armor thus far. Because we've really just, like, look at this brush that I'm using. Like, okay, let's take a look at the armor so far. It's not the greatest looking armor, but I think it looks, considering this is a scheme that I am developing to be able to easily and kind of mindlessly paint a whole series of figures, this is a higher standard than I would generally do. It's not done yet, but you know, most of the major blends are kind of worked in by now. The face hasn't been done sort of at all, and the leather hasn't really been done. But most of the metal has been touched at this point, minus the sword. And now I want you to really look at the brush that I've been using. The majority of the time. Let's have a look, shall we? Let's get real close. If I can get it to focus on it. I might have to have my hand in front of it. Look at this piece of shit. This is a synthetic garbage brush that I am just abusing. And I haven't really felt the need to switch to anything else yet. Like, I will switch to something else for the sake of doing some fine detail and edges, but I mean, it's crazy. Oh yeah, nanotanks, it still needs more work. And yeah, for the fine edges and stuff, I'm going to swap to a finer brush. And get in the actual true white. Like, think of this as, these blends are all essentially blue. There's no true white in for the shine yet. That, and it's supposed to look a little dull anyway. Actually, I need more blue on the legs.
Good and evil. It's quickly evident which side most people will take. Maybe it's time we all gave evil a chance. Even the devil needs a friend.
That poor brush. That poor maligned brush. First it gets abused and then it gets made fun of live on stream. This is brush abuse. Like, everything is going to get gone over and given, and probably with acrylics, because acrylics really do kind of a better job with a fine edge highlight, but everything's going to get that fine white edge highlight. Rising of the Shield Hero is a really good anime if you can ignore the lolly elements. Ignore the lolly elements. The lolly elements are what I'm here for. Wait, what? No. I mean, yeah, I can do that. I'm enough of a contrarian, I might enjoy it. I am a bit of a contrarian. I'll accept that. Where are we? Oh shit, it's time for the storm report. And one of the things I like the most about working with oils is I can just sort of stop now and walk away from this mini, and then if I feel like picking it up again in a few hours, that's just fine. Everything will be exactly as it was. And I mean, shit, for working up quick and dirty schemes, I feel pretty comfortable doing this on a good number of figures. And it'll probably, my techniques will just get better the more that I go, and by the time I get to the last tray, it'll look better than the first, but I really am just painting rank-and-file Soldiermans here. By the time I get up to painting my Vernon Roach Commander, I hope to have refined this a little bit more. And I mean, Soulsworn, that's the thing, too, like, this is like the third mini that I've really sat down and done oil painting on. I'm very, very taken. I'm very taken with this whole... The whole medium. It has a lot to love. There are still things that acrylics are better at, and I intend to use both of them for their respective strengths. That's the goal, though, Soulsworn, is to get your own quick and dirty just as good as you possibly can. And then you can reach that point where you're like, here's my army, and it's all painted to a crazy high standard. But I mean, like, I think, did you see these, Soulsworn? Like, these bases? This was nothing. This was slap on. Like, literally, I took a bunch of burnt umber and I covered it with that. I sponged the burnt umber off, and then I came in with a brush that had a mixture of white and a little bit of yellow and just kind of went over the top, basically dry brushing it. And I got this really, really nice, smooth blend. Well, in Soulsworn, I don't know if you're familiar with this game. It's a rank and file style of game. And yeah, the fantasy mans click down into their trays, and then I've got a little mechanism, a little magnetized mechanism here with these little puzzle piece connectors. So then these can snap together, and then you can put them into ranks and form full regiments of like a bunch of soldiers that all move around as a block on the table. And in this game, you can actually disconnect these and reform them based on what you're doing, because having a certain number of ranks wide has a different effect than having a certain number of ranks deep. Like, this is more damage, and then this is sort of narrower but more reliable damage that risks fewer of your soldiers at once. Surprised you didn't mod the shields into a proper mounting before assembling them. What? No. I just glued them on. Like, I have to stop myself from doing certain things, Kursala. You have to ask yourself when you're painting minis, like, what is the purpose of what I'm doing here? And when I'm doing these minis, I have to remind myself, I need to paint, at a minimum, to get a 600-point force, I need 16 of these guys. So we're going with quick, dirty, and easy, and if they don't all look great, that's fine, because when they're standing in a group, they'll look fucking fantastic. But this first tray is definitely my tester tray where I work out what am I going to do to the rest of them. I think a little mixture of colors. Some of them are going to get this kind of desaturated red for their surcoats and armor. Some of them are going to get a little bit of green. I think I'll work in a light yellow. I think maybe one of the only colors I'm not going to use is going to be blue for the cloth. And that's just because I'm a nerd, and I know that blue dye was exceedingly rare and expensive, which is why blues and purples became the color of royalty, is because they're just not easy to get your hands on. Reds, greens, yellows, those can be acquired. Those aren't necessarily the most expensive thing, though reds would certainly be more expensive than yellows. Wolfenspawn, good to see you. Ah. And before he starts gluing on real leather because we don't tempt me. I have some really, really nice purple lambskin that I could use for this, but I want to use it for a dice bag, so don't make me use it on my minis, please. Alright, let me rearrange my desk a little bit here so I don't jam my elbow into any oils. The thing that I really like about oil painting, too, is that I am using, even though I broke out of my original limited palette, I'm still using a very limited palette. I'm not using many colors. I'm using a lot more color theory. Some people do, like, color grids when they lay out their colors, and I think that's something I might start doing. Yeah, use blue and purple for your commander. I agree, Kursala. Blue and purple for the Vernon Roach guy. Ooh, I should come up with a name for him since I'm specially making him. Commander Thunderhead! Oh, that's silly. That is a silly, silly thing. Alright, let's get this going. Let's see what we have tonight. Boom!
Alright, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glor paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
Alright. Who do we have up first? It looks like Lore Friendly. Getting close to finish. Need to finish the wood and metallics and then do the teeth and claws, and basically done with these three. Hang on, let me move my window slightly so I can see what I'm doing and I can still see chat. Glad the studio scheme came out nicely with chaotic and chunky highlights. I'll make the painting the other 97 clan rats. Yeah, I'm over here complaining about 16. Lore Friendly's getting ready to paint 100 fucking rats. Along with the other units in the army, precision can be saved for the heroes. Yeah, exactly. I guess I need to figure out my exact basing. I have snow paste and some snow tuff, just need to figure out the details. Probably gonna undercoat gray and smear the paste on for these guys, save the tufts for the larger bases. I think snow will be a good choice for these guys. In general, brighter or cooler colors would be a good choice for them. I always like to use my basing as an opportunity to contrast a little bit with my primary paint job, with the exception of some of these guys, like I'm doing now, where I want everything to be kind of these muddy earth tones, this sort of gritty, low fantasy look. Clan rats, for being as filthy as they are still very much high fantasy figures with really, really pronounced features, and I think they benefit from more high contrast. What am I joking on? I didn't need anything. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh, okay. Maybe I won't. Excuse me. Anyway, yeah, they're more high fantasy figures with more pronounced features, and I think that they do better with that sort of high contrast. And yeah, something like a white around their feet. I always try to view bases as a bit like a picture frame. They should complement the picture that they're around without drawing attention away from them. So snow on these guys would just make all these dark colors pop out real nice. Looking pretty good. 97 of those guys. See, that's exactly what I'm saying. You get them all in a group, and it doesn't matter if the details aren't as precise as you would spend, or aren't as precise as they would be for a hero that you spend a lot of time on. Because there's the quantity has a quality all its own. They're gonna stand in a big mass. I'm gonna spend more time painting this abomination, this big asshole, because he's one guy on a base. I'm gonna spend more time painting my cavalry, because there's gonna be 3 of those models to a unit, whereas I'm gonna have, 16 to 36 men-at-arms in a unit. They're gonna get more quick techniques on them. It's tempting to lose track of why you're painting a model in the pursuit of better paint jobs, but if you're just painting individual figures because you like painting, like, that makes sense. Like, Steel Rebel doesn't do quick techniques. She does more complex, drawn-out artistic techniques because she's painting a model at a time and she's painting them to look as good as possible. I'm painting a force because I want to play a game with it. Ooh, this very well may be close to pornographic. Viewer discretion is advised. Really enjoying these 2 helmets together. Oh no, this is starting off very poorly. I do wish the new N7 helmet had a stand like the old one that the Titanfall 2 helmet came with. We can't have everything. They do look good side by side though in either mode, though I will say I prefer the blue illumination. I think these 2 are the 2 best of the helmet designs in all of sci-fi. Wow, that's better than Stormtrooper helmets? Better than the helmet for Doom guy in like Doom 1 and Doom 2, because that one was pretty good. I mean, I agree with you. I think that they're great helmets. I assume I know what we're about to see. I'm just saying, there's some good. All right. You think it's better than that? Okay, how about trying to think of something I genuinely like better than the Titanfall 2 and the N7 helmets. I mean, better than Boba Fett's helmet? His helmet's pretty great. Personally, I would rate Doom Guy from Doom 1 and 2 above either of them, but that's very much a personal. Better than the Tesla Trooper's helmet from Red Alert 2? Huh? Better than the Sardaukar helmets from Dune 2, from those tiny little sprite arts? Because those were also pretty badass. But yeah, let's get through this. For those curious, these are indeed full-size and wearable, and I can even wear my glasses inside of them without issue. Well, that's actually pretty impressive. And even see out when the visors are illuminated, only moderately reduced visibility. The eye line in the Lastimosa / Titanfall 2 helmet is actually quite exceptional to boot. That makes sense. It's very spread out. You got decent peripherals with that, I should think of. Update was hoping that the game, Mass Effect Legendary Edition, would show up on a release day when the helmet and everything else associated with the special cache associated with the game did. Looks like the game will be showing up Monday. So much for playing the game all weekend. Shame, still the helmet looks good. And I'm still glad I dropped the pre-order within minutes of it being announced. Just wish that everything had been shipped together. Now expecting the game by Wednesday. Oh, shucks. It is a good looking. The N7 helmet does look good. Fallout T60 power armor. I like the T51 power. Wait, is the T60 the... Which one is the Enclave power armor? Did it have a designation, or is it just Enclave power armor? I need to take a look at the Legendary Edition, because the combat in Mass Effect 1 was one of the biggest drawbacks from the game. That's X01. Okay, so the T60 is probably the highest level of power armor before they transitioned over the Enclave power armor. I like the older T50 with the kind of, like, the Fallout 1 style with the big jaw on it and the funny kind of, like, hourglass-shaped visor. And, like a headlight on it for no reason that I can determine. The Lastimosa helmet really is gorgeous, though. Guys, I don't know if you are out there in chat right now and you have or have not played Titanfall 2. maybe you've heard of it. Maybe your friends have said, that Titanfall 2, and you're like, I don't need another game. It comes up for sale on Steam periodically. The price will drop down to something like $7. Buy it. If you have ever enjoyed a first-person shooter in your life, and I'm not talking about the modern spate of first-person shooters, I'm not talking about, if you enjoy Call of Duty, I'm talking if you've ever enjoyed any first-person shooter experience. If you like a good story, engaging gameplay, emotional writing, and motherfucking robots, get Titanfall 2. It's so good, and they're basically giving it away now. It holds up so well. It is arguably one of the greatest first-person shooters ever made, with great multiplayer and a fantastic single-player campaign. I love Doom 2016. It is also one of the greatest games ever made. I think Titanfall 2 is better. If you liked Doom 2016, you'll love Titanfall 2. I promise you. Give it a shot. Because I still hold out hope that one day we'll get Titanfall 3. Apex Legends is bullshit. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you're out there like, I like Apex Legends. I enjoy that game. Don't say my favorite game is bullshit. It would be a fine game if I didn't have to compare it to Titanfall 2, and if I didn't have to know on some level that the development time going into Apex could have gone into Titanfall 2 instead. He hasn't? Oh my god, Vergata, we have to fix that. BT7274 is one of my favorite characters. It has such a heartwarming story. You get to experience the growing relationship between a grunt and an artificial intelligence as they work together to survive on the battlefield, as they become not just, brothers in arms, but friends, even family. And it's bizarrely touching, and it's so perfectly balanced because there's the universe it's taking place in. Yes, there's, the battle that's going on. There's the political forces. There's the world being fought over. And this is great. But that's not what the story's about. The story is about Jack Cooper and BT7274 surviving. And it focuses in on that to such an absolutely pleasing degree. Like, all those other things are kind of like, they're happening. They're happening in the background. They don't really want you to look at them all that much. They provide context. But you don't have to pay attention to any of them. You don't have to give a shit about the overall story. You can just focus on Jack and BT. And they're so well voice acted and so charming. I don't know. Probably because I tell them to go suck a dick, Soulsworn. I say that. It's easy to say that when nobody's offering you money. I'll tell if someone came to me and they said, oh, it's got a red mode. Oh, you've got like Paragon and Renegade mode. That's silly. It's a nice looking helmet though. I'm telling you, it's easy to say. I'm sitting here like, oh, they offered me money. I'd be like, fuck you, bean counter. I'm an artist. I don't take money from you fucking suits. If they really showed up and offered me money, I'd be like, yes, sir. What would you like me to say about what? Pretty please, sir. You can make it out to cash. That's a pretty damn nice looking collection. And the N7 helmet is pretty groovy. Wish the visor could be blue with the red lights at the same time without modification. Dev said like 92% of people went Paragon. Yeah, we like to talk a lot of shit about doing Renegade. The only Renegade stuff I ever liked doing in the game was when it was like, push right trigger to punch this bitch in the face. I always love those. There's like the one journalist talking to you on Citadel Station, and it's like Renegade mode, and you just kind of lean in and go, BAP! And just put one right in their face. Like, oh my god, that's horrible. Sometimes it would surprise you. Like, I remember there was one up in a building where it's like, do the Renegade thing, and I'm like, yeah, let's do the Renegade thing, and I like take a man and I hurl him out a window above like a 50-story drop. And I'm like, no, that's not, I said Renegade. I said Renegade, not serial killer. What the fuck is wrong with you, Shepard? You didn't tell me I was gonna just straight murder a man and probably cause a car accident. I mean, I just shot like 50 people, but they were shooting at me, you know? Hey, my feet, good to see you. That's the best part. Oh my god. Alright. I had to witness it, now you too shall bear witness to its terrible burden. Well, Ethan Turner, you escaped my little brother's idiot games, did you? Oh, Ethan Turner, he's from the new Resident Evil game, right? Lady Dimmadome. Lady of the Castle Dimmadome? That's right. Oh my god, he's wearing the outfit and everything. Oh, and they're dressed like the... Oh, it all just came together for me, and I'm a little upset at what I'm seeing, and I don't like it. I'm gonna move past it now. Everybody's all about Resident Evil 8 right now. I haven't even beaten 7. Like, I don't know if I'm going to. I like 7. It stresses me out. I don't know that I have horror games in me anymore. When I was a kid, I got really into them. I really liked Silent Hill 2 when that came out. The classic Resident Evil games, 1 and 2. I played the shit out of those on PlayStation. I don't know that I have it anymore, though. Like, I tried to play Resident Evil 7, and it's a good game, but it stresses me out, and I'm like, I just want to go play something mindless where I can farm or something, and occasionally repel raiders. So I inevitably wind up just sort of playing RimWorld again. Anyway, since you were talking about heater shields on the stream the other day, here's a picture of the small one I got from our Renfest many years ago. It's seen some serious shit. It's technically broken, held together with duct tape and large staples. Turn the strap so that the point is parallel with the forearm rather than pointing at the floor. It's tiny hand shield these days. Aw, since the straps have been tightened too much to fit my arm anymore. The other one was made from an old cabinet door from a trashed deck and is remarkably durable. This thing has survived live combat with minimal damage and is comfortable enough that it's barely an extra effort to wear it for extended periods. Also, the suede strap feels much nicer than the hardened leather one. Yeah, the hardened leather straps can be pretty rough. I see what you mean with the pointed down. I think this is a legitimate method of strapping. But like I said when we were talking about strapping shields, like, it's one of those things where it's not like when heater shields were in use, there was some sort of national standard of heater shield use. It was more like there are peasants and men-at-arms and soldiers scattered across thousands of square miles who don't have telegrams, who don't have, who can't write, for that matter. And everybody's going to kind of do whatever they're going to do. There are going to be some standards that emerge as this is the best way to do it, but somebody did everything at some point. There wasn't even a standard of measurement. Exactly, nanotanks. Like, we have to understand about that time period, like, there was no standard of... I think that's probably one of the best ones to point out. There was no standard of measurement. There was no standard of anything. They attempted to standardize things a number of times. They wrote combat manuals that they would spread around to a degree, but each combat manual from a different master would say something else. There were accepted standards within individual units. It's complicated. History is complicated. This is why some of the best historical documents are not necessarily the ones written by big famous nobles who wrote, the memoirs of their family lineage, because half the time they were full of shit, and they only wrote about themselves. Some of the best period sources that we have are stupid little things from people like bankers, local almsmen, cooks. Cooks are fantastic because a lot of cooks and chefs had to learn to write to a degree just to pass their knowledge on and to engage in commerce. And you learn things like so many of their units of measurement were like, about as much as will fit in your palm. And it's like, how big is your hand? How does that help me? They came up with some of the craziest names for things, and recipes would change so much from place to place. But you get more of a feeling for what daily life was like. And yeah, I think that the generally accepted best way to mount a heater that is historically supportable at this point has most of the weight resting in the crook of your elbow, so that you lift the shield with your bicep, and then your arm is elevated upwards towards the corner, and then you can sort of tilt and direct the shield with with sort of an X strap at that point. And then usually there would be another strap that goes up and around your neck, so you can kind of drop your arm down and rest the weight across your shoulders when you're not actively trying to lift it. Because I don't know how many times you've tried to just lift the shield and hold it around Kursala and like swing it, hold it in front of you. That gets tiring really fast. I don't know how many people have ever, like, anybody who's ever engaged in combat sports knows, like, do you have any idea how fast you get tired when you're actively exerting yourself, when you're like trying to fight with someone physically? It's so tiring. You are exhausted before you know what the hell is happening. So there are lots of tricks that are like, okay, let's relieve the weight and rest it across my shoulders for a while, because I'm not holding this shit all day, I'll tell you that much. Hey, Walter's Workshop. Oh, so you heard what I said about you earlier, did you? No, that's no good. The cabinet door shield. Hey man, if it gets the job done. Only usable in the left hand. The pointy one is off-center. The other one has a squiggly handle. Oh, it is kind of squiggly. Look at that. What do you know? Well, hey, if it gets the job done and keeps you from getting hit, then it's a shield in my book. Here we have from Roland. How you doing, by the way, Walter? It's good to see you. I'm glad you've been lurking. We've been talking a lot about Conquest and movies and stuff, and I've been having some decent luck painting up these men-at-arms. It's a drawer pull. Hey, I guess the job done. In the SCA, a lot of people use drawer pulls. You shouldn't take anything in the SCA as an indication of historical accuracy, just practicality. That's looking pretty nice. I like that deep green you've got going on there, Roland. And yeah, I don't have one of these because I don't have the dealies here. Is it roughly the same size as the, is it the Jaeger or the Hunter? The Jaeger or the Hunter? It would be the Jaeger is the square-chested one? I never remember the name of gears. I know that the north has the Jaeger, the south has the Hunter. I probably got that backwards. I can't remember. It's larger than the Hunter, but it's the same shape. I'll tell you what I'm going to ask you to do for me, Roland, is if you could take one of the torsos and just take pictures of it from isometric viewpoints, just from like straight on from the side, straight on from the front, and then just get me some basic measurements front to back in millimeters. I could make you the pieces that you're looking for, so you can get some extra armor pieces on these guys. You get that when you run D&D. The fight only took 2 minutes of game time. If you tried to swing a sword for 2 minutes in full play, yeah, no, that shit's tiring. Like real fast. Like you got maybe 5 to 10 minutes of fight in you without significant amounts of training, and then you're just so exhausted you can't even lift your damn arms. It's crazy. That's why the Romans adapted their methods to swap soldiers from the front. That's why they had those long lines, and they'd all hold the harness of the man in front of them. And then there'd be one guy whose job was to wait for a certain amount of time and blow a whistle. And the guy in front would pull back, and the guy behind him would go forward and mount up his shield. And then the guy would go to the back, and he would rest. And they could fight for hours to days that way, where other people would wear themselves out in the front, their arms would drop, and they'd get stabbed and they'd die. And it's in fights like that, it's all about who makes the first mistake. And a really easy way to make a mistake is get tired. Did some low-stress painting today. Shock 21. Those look nice, though. Good bit of flocking on there. Yeah. A little green, a little brown. At 6mm scale, you really don't have to get much more detailed than that. These are some nice-looking trees. I feel like I've seen these. Who made these ones? Are they on Thingiverse, maybe? I feel like I've seen them before, but I haven't printed any myself. Good, clean-looking prints. Dude, I'm so glad that you're getting so much use. That's Rainy River flocking. Hell yeah, guys, you can always hit ! Rainy River right here in chat to get a link to Rainy River Designs, where you can find all the stuff that Kursala's been working on. Yeah, that's definitely the case, Supernaut. They were a bunch of sissies. It was the barbarians who were big, tough men who fought the right way, which is why they got the shit kicked out of them constantly. Yes. I really, really am glad that you're getting as much use out of that as you are, Shock 21. It was absolutely my pleasure to be able to provide a printer. Why good weapon balance is important. Weapon balance is vitally important. A lot of people don't realize that many swords don't weigh that much. Like an arming sword up through a two-handed sword shouldn't really weigh more than like 5 pounds. They're not terribly heavy. And if they're well balanced, like if you've held a really well balanced sword, which is to say like roughly sort of just north of the crossguard, when you start moving one around, it takes almost no effort. I'm talking like once you get up to hand and a half to full two-handed swords, nano tanks, you're gonna hit maybe 5 pounds. And that's being pretty generous. But yeah, 2 to 3 pounds, like if you're talking an arming sword or a single-handed sword, 2 to 3 pounds, you don't want anything more than that. But they almost swing themselves when they get going. They want to move. Yeah, there was a myth that went around for a long time, popularized by Hollywood for the most part, that it's like swords were giant, blunt pieces of steel, and knights in armor couldn't even stand up if you knocked them over. That's bullshit. Well-balanced armor you can move around in really quite well. Knights in armor spent a lot of the time fighting other knights in armor, wrestling on the damn ground. You could absolutely get up off the ground. Well, okay. Fair enough, Supernaut, but I think it's hard to argue that the barbarians eventually won over Rome because of Rome's battle tactics. that was, yeah. Most warfighting wasn't done with swords for that very well. Nanotanks, I would argue that most warfighting wasn't done with swords because metal is expensive. And forging that much metal into a sword is equally expensive and difficult. But you know what's easy? Also, training someone to use a sword is difficult and takes time. You know what's easy? What's real fucking easy? You take a stick and you burn one end of it and you sharpen it and then you burn it again and you harden it real good and you hand it to a peasant and you go, okay, you see, take the pointy part and you stick it in his guts. What do I do when he comes at me? You stick it in his guts. What do I do when he runs away? You stick it in his guts. You are now a fully fledged levy. Yeah, and then you do that 30 more times, and you take 30 men, and you go, see that guy over there in that armor? Stick it in his guts. And it works brilliantly. And as a lot of knights discovered during some particularly harrowing battles over the 100 Years' War going down into France thinking they were hot shit, when your horse gets into like a swamp, and a bunch of peasants come at you, and they have like threshing flails, which are just sticks with an iron band around the end that holds down a length of chain. So imagine you take a stick and you take some chain so it hangs halfway like this, and you put an iron band over it so that the two lengths of chain can flail free, right? And you get about 10 guys with those, and they just start beating you. Just over and over. And it turns out, all the training and the armor and the weapons in the world don't mean shit when there's 10 people who don't care if you live or die beating you with chains. It also turns out that when those people have no stake in noble society and they don't benefit from chivalry and they will never benefit from selling you back to your family, they'll just beat you to death instead of ransoming you like most of those knights were used to. A lot of people don't understand that, and I'm getting off on a tangent, but I'll stop. A lot of people don't understand that chivalry was mostly financial and existed to ensure that you didn't die when you went into battle because you were worth money to the other side. Like, keep that guy alive because we can sell him back to his family. Peasants couldn't sell you back to your family, so they just murder you. A lot of people had a bad day. Oh, let's keep coming down here. Doesn't have a silver bullet for painting, but he has one for medieval combat, sharp stick. Soulsworn, all I'm doing is reiterating what mankind has said for thousands of years. The spear exists in every single culture on Earth. Many weapons don't. The spear and the club exist in every single culture on Earth. The spear is the most commonly used weapon on the planet Earth for the duration of combat as we have fought it. Spears they're just good. They take almost no skill to use. And then, of course, there's the polearm, but that's a whole other conversation. I love polearms. I love polearms. Best part is what it meant when knights didn't fight on horseback. It meant they were serious, as they wouldn't run away at the first sign of trouble. Or just wouldn't, run you down. Which also sucked. Here we have from Squared, working on trying comic-style inking with Field of Legends orcs. Oh, we got some of this stuff from Rick Graham getting painted. Ooh. I'm liking the shading on here. I particularly like the dark pink shading we got going on here on the breastplate. And this is a good example of describing the shape of the breastplate using highlighting. Because we got the light right here, and then it narrows as it comes down and turns more to pink. This is actually really well done. And yeah, more dramatic, high contrast comic style. And I think that this style of inking, this high contrast method of painting, is just good for miniatures in general. People refer to it as comic. I think a lot of people forget that we're painting tiny, tiny things that ideally would look good at arm's length as opposed to right up in the lens of a camera. So a lot of people aim to paint things to look good right up in the lens of a camera when you should, if you're playing more games, aim for a style more like this with the high contrast so that you can actually see all the details at average viewing distance. Oh, that's lovely work. There's more to be done, for sure, but I'm liking the direction that it's going. Very nice work, Squared. Oh, here we have from Lore Friendly finished the test rats and got some basing paste on the Bell of Doom. So that's officially done. Happy with the scheme. Just need to varnish them and paint the other models in the army. I have at least 5 more, I think. Yeah, at least 5. Technically, at least 5. Possibly more than 90. Gee whiz. Yeah, this looks nice. I like this. I might, I want to take them and I want to do the edges in black. I want to do that, but they're your minis and I won't tell you to. Just, that's, for whatever reason, I like black rims on mini bases. I like it how it kind of separates them from the environment of the table a little bit. Yeah, the bell looks nice. Really nice sort of deep brass we got on here. And good job on the horrific warp lightning that's holding it up. Crystal Pepsi. I don't think I've had Crystal Pepsi since the actual 90s. Are they still making that crap? Put copper on the Necrons. Ooh, Firestarter. I bet that looks nice. Ooh, some more pictures from Roland. Been working on that Heavy Gear Blitz starter. These are looking really good, Roland. I'm particularly liking the reds. We have a little bit more of a top-down view here, and I can see the brighter red on the edges and the deep red that you have right in the middle. I think that was well applied. That's a good-looking starter squad. What are the... Roland, you're going to have to fill me in on what the basing limitations are on Heavy Gear, because I'd be happy to make some bases that you could use for Blitz. No, but Pepsi Blue is... But wait, there was a Pepsi Blue? What? I didn't even know that happened. Ah. What does it taste like? Does it just taste like Pepsi? I don't understand. I don't understand the world, like at all. What is this little guy, by the way, Roland? I don't think I've seen him. He's teeny tiny. Tastes like ass. That sounds like a great marketing slogan. Crystal Pepsi. Tastes like ass. Come buy it today. Well, that's a nice looking squad you got there, Roland. You got anybody, any locals looking to play some Heavy Gear Blitz? Because now's the time to pull people into it with the new edition of rules. Blue dye number 5. 2000s blue raspberry. Oh, so it tastes like sugar, is what you're saying. Joy. Mexican Coke is the only way to go now. Yeah, I like my my cane sugar sodas. Here we have from Rogue 19K. Decided to take a stab at one of BattleTech's legendary mech warriors, Ilkan Ulrich Kerensky. It's a work in progress. Decided to take the opportunity for some freehand practice along the way. Numbers aren't the cleanest. Will hold up a tabletop distance. I think they look good. They look good from this distance. You could make the argument that they're slightly stylized. Like the 4 is a little extra pointy. I think that works nicely. What more are you planning to do to this one? Let me see. Here's the... Okay, here's where we're going. Is with this sort of red-orange details. Looks like maybe some hazard striping. We're going to get some more darker grays on the weapons and a couple of the panels. Okay, alright. Well, the white's coming along nice. I like how it's not really white. It's a slightly bluish gray. If anything, I would lean heavily into the shading now, like really get the recesses by the head and under here and on the insides of the elbows, bottom parts. Like, I would really lean into that shading now before you start putting in the orange. Because, man, if you could get a really, really high contrast white next to that orange, it is going to pop just beautifully. Just beautifully. Ones in red are fire support, blue are GP and strike squads, yellow heads will be recon. Nice. Well, this looks like a goddamn good start, Rogue. And I sit here and I try to give you ideas, but I just know it's gonna look amazing by the time you're done with it. You developed such a wonderful, wonderful method over the last few months. The intent is to dirty it up so it's not nearly as white. Yeah, I think that's a good move. It's the trick with white. If you're painting white on minis, don't use white. Use everything but white. And if you're gonna use pure white, use the tiniest amount of it. Cause ain't no white in the world. Surf and derp. Oh, that looks good. And there's a piece of meat in there. What looks like some spinachy salad business. over here. And, what is this that we have over here? I want to say it's like some kind of potatoes, but you're telling me we got surf and derp, so I imagine it's some form of seafood. In which case, I find myself very compelled by this dish. It's food! Oh, thanks, Kursala. I really appreciate that. And what is the drink? This is an exceptional painting. Yes, really well done. I like the highlights, particularly on the meat. We've got a good sense of depth with the sort of oblong shape that we painted the plate in. Very nice. Oh, it's some shrimps. Okay. Oh, no, Rio didn't say that. Rio's not here. He can't tell us. Shrimp or scallops? Yeah, I would guess scallops if I had to, since it's obviously some form of seafood. That's an illusion, though, Sumatha. That's just how your eyes are taking it in, which is to say, burning out all of your ocular nerves. Sirloin steak with shrimps and Parmesan cream and some leaves. Hey, man, leaves can be delicious, let me tell you. More of the assembly required mechs, including the fabled Thunder Chicken, aka Mother Cluckin' Deluxe. Some assembly required mechs are so nice, the details are so crisp, it's wonderful to see this guy getting printed out. Here we have the Ragnarok from Mech Assault. Somebody asked about this one on Reddit the other day, and I was so glad to be able to point at the Thingiverse profile for some assembly acquired. Be like, not only is there a model for it, but there are sheets for it. Novacat over here. This was always one of my favorites to run in the BattleTech, what was it called? Firestorm pods at like Dave & Buster's. I would always run the Novacat. You just run it right up to somebody and point everything into their cockpit, fire all your weapons, and then shut down. And if they lived, you died. And if they don't, well, you win. I wasn't very good at that game. The Uziel in particular has wonderful... I'm going to have to print out one of these. The Uziel has been one of my favorite mechs since MechWarrior 4 Mercenaries. I played the Uziel constantly in that with dual PPCs. Battle naps. Yeah, just a quick snooze. That's a damn good looking set of prints. It looks like you got these bases to print out nicely too. Can't wait to see some paint go down on those zombie brush. I didn't realize, like, as I was looking at this, I'm like, wait, whose entry did I click on? And oh, it's zombie brush. Whoops, sorry about that. Cluck, cluck, boom. Yeah, the Uziel has such a great profile to it. Like, I'm usually all about the humanoid mechs. You guys know that. I talk about it plenty. But as far as the non-humanoid clan style, it's not a clan mech, but it's more clan styled. I like the Uziel. It's just got, I don't know. I can't even really describe what it is about it that I like so much. It might just be primarily nostalgia. Oh, yeah. In the U.S. Army heraldry. Blue's infantry, red's artillery, yellow, gold's cavalry. Absolutely. The blue sky, baby. The Thunder Chicken is a nice sculpt. It's spindly, but it still has a good amount of detail. All in all, like, Thunder Chicken or no, I hope that they have this Raven available with standard armaments, because this is a much better looking Raven than came out of... I hate the MechWarrior Online Raven. I don't know what it is about it. It just it looks like crap. But this one looks really, really good. It was animated well in Mech Assault. More animated style Marvel United Chibis. Ooh, good job on Reds. Ooh. This came out nice. Looks like you worked almost a little bit of green into the leather to sort of... maybe I'm just seeing that because it's contrasting so well with the kind of desaturated reds that you have for Red Skull's head up here. Nice gradient and non-metallic metal effect on the belt buckle. Good use of color on the base. Captain America, very, very vivid. I like the look of Captain America, but I feel like Red Skull is the standout here. Like, between the two of them, this one is much more visually appealing to me. Very nicely done, Zombie Brush. Guys, if you're not following Zombie Brush Studios here on Twitch, if you're in this stream and you're enjoying it at all, you really need to go give Zombie Brush a follow. The man does amazing and unique work. A field gray mix. Okay, so yeah, it's a little green then. That came out nice. Guess I'm the odd man out, and I really like the MWO Raven. Well, you are kicked out of the stream, because we don't accept people with other opinions here. That's one of our primary tenets, is if you disagree with me, get out. No? Okay. Anyway, first time painting in forever, got re-addicted after the BattleTech. Oh, Sumatha. Re-addicted after a Battletech match. Tried going for a light gray with green camo stripes after realizing how much Seraphim Sepia stained. Kind of liked how it looked and got some good feedback on it as well. Have 4 more mechs in this scheme coming along, as well as my other clan mech. Seraphim Sepia is a nice wash. Oh yeah, it brought it into kind of the yellow range, didn't it? The only suggestion I would make here, Silent Line, because I'm liking this camo scheme, and you've done a pretty good job bringing out all the panel lines from the look of it. Admittedly, the lighting is a little less than ideal, but I can make out most of it. If I was going to make any suggestion here, if you're interested in one Silent Line, I would change the color of the cockpit glass. Because the Seraphim Sepia brought that so much into the yellow range, you kind of want something here that's going to contrast with it. You could do green. You've got green elsewhere on the mech, but you don't have it around the cockpit, so green would contrast well. You could also do red, would be a good choice. It would contrast well with both of them. This all depends on how you like to do your mechs, obviously. It's a matter of personal taste. I tend to like to use the cockpit glass on the mech to create a focal point of a color that doesn't exist anywhere else on the model. So like a red, or a purple, or you could do green if you wanted to keep it sort of all within the same family, because at least then it would contrast well against the yellow. Yeah, purple would contrast really, really well against the yellow color that the Seraphim Sepia gave you. All in all, though, it's a really nice looking paint job, and I am glad to hear that you are getting back into painting after a long hiatus. Here we have from WJ, it looks like. Screenshots tonight, Civilization 6. Don't think the pics are as nice, but it's hex just like Battletech. Oh! Sorry, I can't open these full size on Discord. I'm terribly sorry, WJ. It's a nice looking Coliseum you got there, though. I click on this. The picture's still. Oh no, okay, the picture's here. Bigger here, anyway. Oh, it's the Buddha. Have I played Civ 6? Why am I asking you? I don't know that I have. I feel like what's the latest Civilization game? Yeah, Stila, coming in late. We waited all stream for you. We didn't even paint anything. I was like, I'm not gonna put any oil onto these models until Stila Rebel gets here, and she never did, and we didn't paint anything. I just complained about Star Wars for like, how long have I been going? Fucking 4 hours. Wait, hold up. 3, 2, 1. 420, blaze it. Fuck yeah. I'm sorry. It was. How perfect, Stila. It's the weed number, you guys. Oh my god. Ooh, 40k Epic Narrator posted some stuff for us. Some of that original Old Hammer Marine. They did a re-release of a fresh sculpt of this recently, but yeah, this is the classic
Welcome
Beaky
back
Marine.
to 50 Shades of Coal Gray, Chapter 5. Thunderhead smiled as he held 2 brushes aloft, staring down at his workstation.
This is the
and
worst
me
one.
with an evil light glinting in his eyes. He put both sets of bristles into the Glorby fluids, chuckling to himself as he did so. Looks like it's time for 2 brushes, 1 paint pot.
I'm ashamed of myself for letting that one stay here. Stay on the stream. It's just bad. Your jokes are bad, and you should feel bad. There is no 3, forgot it wrong. I really, really like what 40k Epic Narrator does with his figures. I love that he paints so many old classic figures too. Is this an original? I would ask him if he was here. I wonder if this is an actual original of the Beaky, or if this is a 3D print of a sculpt of the original. There's a very solid chance that this is an actual original Beaky Marine, and I'm spotting little things here that look like, well, no, I guess that he always had that little bit of scalloping on his elbow. Maybe that's a print line? I can't tell. Because I know that there is a sculpt of this guy. Yeah, but the details are so rounded. Like, this has got to be one of the originals. I don't know who would go to the effort of recreating how rounded all these details were on the old metal casts. Really, really nice stuff, though. 40k Epic Narrator is a great painter, and I love that he paints so many classics. Yeah, no, this is an original because that's part of the design. It definitely is. Yeah, you can see it on the knees and here, and then on the toes as well. Love that bright, vibrant green, and I like how he's obviously recently stabbed someone with his nonsense gun. Literally looks like clay. Well, that would have been what it was to start with. Zack Attacks, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Recommended your channel to me. That seems like the sort of thing that recommended would do. Right in line with the name, at any rate. Huge refresher from the loads of VTubers going rampant. No offense to... There's a lot of VTubing going on. It's weird that I know anything about VTubing. I only know anything about VTubing because of Hootie who is a good personal friend. He's a great dude. He started VTubing recently, and he informed me of the existence of the HoloLive girls. And I confess I watched a few videos in which one of these anime characters did a bit where she was, I assume she, God knows, was raiding toilets. And I found myself quite amused by a bit called Swash or Posh, but not enough to actually get into VTubing. I understand it more through him, just because we've talked about why he does it, because he used to have his face on his stream. He's had his face right here on this stream. For those of you who have watched the few Cyberpunk Red sessions that we've done, he was Pretty Boy. He's got a great voice, but for whatever reason, he's just, he gets... I don't want to say he gets self-conscious about his face, he just prefers not to have to think about what his face is doing at any given time or being on camera, and I can sympathize with that. So far, we haven't had a moment on the stream where chat has pointed out to me that I actively have a booger hanging out of my nose, but it's just a matter of time, and every time that I go on stream, I feel like my chances of that happening gets larger and larger. Yeah, that would have been Nyanners. Yeah, no, it wasn't one of the HoloLive girls. It was, HoloLive was sort of the recent spate of VTubers that spurred the current burst in popularity, as I understand it, Zack Attacks. Like, it's a much more organized group of VTubers with money behind them, and they've become so very popular so very fast that a lot of people have started doing it as a result. That is my understanding. I could be wrong. I don't really know what the fuck I'm talking about. A lot of people aren't comfortable in front of the camera, and I will say that if it's a choice between not being on camera at all or having a VTube avatar, I can totally see that. I think that that's a good move. I've been really, really impressed with Hootie whose avatar has come a long way in a really short time. He started off with like a 2D representation of art that he did of himself as like a half-owl pirate captain man, I think is what it's supposed to be. And it was very static, and then within a week it was moving and it was a 3D avatar, and then a week later the features had been refined more to what he wanted them to be, and then a week later he had hand tracking, and then a week later he had face tracking, like when he blinks and his facial expressions and how he moves, and I'm like, oh my god. It's kind of amazing. Like, the technology by itself is super duper impressive. But I don't see myself ever doing it. I'm comfortable being on camera. I don't really. I did stage when I was young. I did theater, so it just kind of whatever. Maybe the booger day happens. We'll be there for it together. It will bring us together in solidarity. These happy few, this band of boogers. Hey, Plankwalker, good to see you, man. Oh, Firestarter, I appreciate that. I've been slouching like crazy. Oh my back just popped. Oh, real bad. Or good, depending on how you look at it. This is pretty cool. I wanted to get one of the re-releases of this sculpt when they did it, but I didn't wind up getting my hands on it. I'm sure they're still floating around out there. Nice lensing on this, by the way. Really, really like the kind of deep red and then a little bit of glare. I like 40K Epic Narrator's work a whole lot. I love how many old-style models he does. My only complaint, 40K Epic Narrator, and when you watch this, if you watch this, you'll know what I'm going to complain about before I say it. No Goblin Green base. I know you don't have any Goblin Green left, or if you do, you're saving it. But you can get something close, man. You can get something close. Stila doesn't actually have a face. We've determined. It's not a matter of not liking to show her face. Stila There's just a black hole where her face should be. I've been thinking about lending her my face. We're still working on the particulars of that arrangement. Best VTuber I've seen is a Raccoon Girl character. Yeah, I only know that one because Hootie's a big fan of the Raccoon Girl and has done art of her. He does art of VTubers. It's like the snake eating its own tail, you know, where one guy makes an avatar and then another guy who has an avatar draws fan art of the avatar of the first person, and it just goes around and around and around. Yeah, the Ouroboros. Thank you for Gataron. Heard you were a Star Wars fan. We'll have to split the chat. Are you a pre-sequel fan or a post-sequel fan? I only like The Empire Strikes Back. Return of the Jedi is shit. It's just Empire. I don't know. I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore, Zack Attacks. That's such a loaded question. Let me put it this way. There is vastly more bad Star Wars than there is good Star Wars. I think we can all probably agree on that, even if we're going to disagree about what's good Star Wars. You want to know the good Star Wars? All right. A New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi with an asterisk. The asterisk reading Ewoks are fucking stupid. Solo and Rebels. And a good portion of the Clone Wars. Those are the good Star Warses. Mandalorian can suck a fucking Gundark, for all I care. That's not true. I like parts of The Mandalorian, and I strongly dislike other parts of The Mandalorian, but I mean, like, you know, it's gonna be hit or miss for some people. I am not a fan of Rogue One, like, at all. I know that's probably blasphemy for a lot of people. I don't like it.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
I'm an edgy bitch, okay? Hey, Greyhane, good to see you. Argue they aren't good because they are good. Hold on. They aren't good because they're good. They're good because they foster gateways into genres. Explain yourself, Greyhane. What do you like about The Mandalorian? It's particular episodes, Cosmos, because there are great episodes in The Mandalorian. The episode that Bryce Dallas Howard directed in Season 2 was phenomenal. I loved every part of it. But then you get to, like, the final episode of Season 2, and I'm just, like, I'm rolling my eyes the whole damn way. Or you get to the episode that Robert Rodriguez directed, and it's like, the action's good, but the writing doesn't make any fucking sense. Or, sometimes I'm split right down the middle of episodes, because there's like the episode in Dave Filoni can do no wrong, he is our Star Wars Lord and Savior. To that, Asri, I say the Ahsoka episode, because Dave Filoni directed that episode and it sucked ass. It was bad. It was a bad episode, and you may disagree with me, and that's fine. So you know what? I'll correct myself. That episode was not bad. I strongly dislike that episode for reasons that I can enumerate, should the desire strike me. Though I don't really want to go into every little thing about it that was wrong, but it really frustrated me on a number of levels. And it made me concerned, because Filoni did a great job with Rebels. You want to know? I'll give you the ultimate answer, Zack Attacks. I think Star Wars Rebels is the greatest Star Wars that has ever been made. I believe that Star Wars Rebels is the most Star Wars that Star Wars has ever been. And whatever that might tell you about my opinions. Like most things beyond the sequels and Attack of the Clones. Attack of the Clones, yeah, Attack of the Clones was boring. 789 did so much, yeah, I don't. The sequels are just, I like The Force Awakens. I liked the potential that was in The Force Awakens, and then they squandered all of it, so I can't even really like that anymore. Solo was solid. Solo was fine. It was not perfect. Solo watched like reading one of the pulp Star Wars novels that came out in the late 90s, so maybe my love for Solo is largely based on nostalgia. But I'll accept that. I really quite enjoyed Solo. It's not, like, again, it's not great. It's just pretty good. Finally think all variants are done. From the left, 6 light PPCs, twin ATM-6s, Angel ACM, and an active probe. Number 2, twin Thunderbolt 15, 6 inner sphere medium lasers, Angel ECM. Number 3, twin Clan UAC-10s, an MML-7, and both LRM and SRM ammo. 2 Clan ER medium lasers, Angel ECM, and ferrolamellar armor. All up at number 4, 4 Clan medium pulse lasers, a Clan Streak LRM-15, a Clan Gauss rifle, a Clan targeting computer, Angel ECM, and ferrolamellar armor. And finally, number 5, Inner Sphere Rack 5, twin medium variable speed lasers, 3 Clan Streak SRM-6 is a small variable speed laser, a Clan AMS, and 4 jump jets. On to the next model. I really like where you landed with the feet. Really like where you landed with the feet on these Ion Raptor. I think that sort of, that mirrored bird foot with the outer toe is sort of the best of everything you had going on. I like him with the arms. I like the profile of him with the arms. This is the best looking of the variants, in my opinion. I like how you have the one door open, too. That's pretty badass. Guys, if you're not following Ion Raptor Designs, he does this work right here on Twitch. You should check it out. He does amazing work. All 3D printable, too. Lego Star Wars is better than most movies. Yes, weirdly it is. Weirdly it is. Rebels was very good, but it suffered from the size of the season runs. If you shaved 20 episodes off of Rebels and gave it an original score by John Williams, it would have been perfect. I disagree, Asri, but not by much. Not by enough to argue. There's the little things I disagree with. Solo had a horrid script, but a great cast. It was fine. It was fine. There was nothing wrong with Solo. If I had to pick any problem with Solo, it was the screen time eating monster from the black hole. The monster that came out of nowhere to just eat some time out of the movie. And it was like, they got out of that situation using a concept from, like, literally they got out of that situation using the conceit from Spaceballs from the end of the movie. Remember in Spaceballs when they had the liquid Schwartz and they poured it into the gas tank and they went super fast? That happened. That's full fucking circle right there. That Spaceballs is making fun of Star Wars, now Star Wars is ripping off Spaceballs. The irony is dead. Doom/Death Scythe with surprisingly swappable variant components. Without magnets. Shots fired, SP Firestarter. Cyber Knight is gonna shit a kitten, which is weird because he's a dog. They're just mechanically swappable? Really? That's impressive for a Games Workshop kit. I agree, person whose name is dark blue so I can't see it. A name is a name. I don't know why. I don't know why people ripped on Solo so hard. It was a fun movie. And then they fell in love with Rogue One, and I'm sorry, but Rogue One is a terribly crafted film. It's so... I don't want to get into it because I will just talk about it. I'll just talk about it for a long period of time. People in this chat know that I'll do it. It's so badly made. Any movie where the primary form of character development is to stop the film, have the character turn, basically look dead into the camera, and just explain their character motivation to you using their words, is a bad movie. That's most of Rogue One. Yeah, I guess I don't want war movies in my Star Wars. I want stories about fucking space wizards with laser swords. Well, nice looking assembly job, and good job on the mechanical attachment points. I'd love to see some detail on how it actually attaches Firestarter, because I admit I am curious. Here we have from Sphere. Working on some of those Dweghom. I don't know how you pronounce the dwarf. They're dwarves. They're working on some of the dwarves from Conquest. Really nice sculpts on all of these. So extreme. And this is what I mean about, like, it's funny that the humans in Conquest are as mundane as they are in their concept and design, because all of the other factions are taken to artistic extremes. So the humans in Conquest exist as sort of a contextual balance point for the intense high fantasy of everything else. Yeah, really nice non-metallic metals. Particularly right here. This is well done. And this is a good example of what I was talking about. This is the description of the shape that we have here through volumetric lighting in this single reflection point. It really just lets your mind fill in a lot of the details there. And the hair is really well painted, too. Good coloration there, the sort of deep auburn. I dig it. More goddamn Space Wizards. Right, you're fucking right, Alan Barnett. There was a disappointing amount of Darth Vader in Rogue One. I'm gonna say one thing. I'm gonna say one thing about Rogue One as we look at this really amazingly painted dwarf. Damn. Like, I can tell you're not done, Sphere, but the parts that you've done, really, the hair is fantastic. I'm gonna tell it to you. I'm gonna tell you the thing. You wanna hear the thing? Here's the thing! Everybody loves the scene where Darth Vader turns on his lightsaber and murders all the rebel troopers. And I have the exact same problem with the mirrored scene that they do in The Mandalorian when, spoilers for Season 2 of The Mandalorian, spoilers, and I'm sorry to do it, Luke, I'm gonna wait a second, I am about to give spoilers for the final episode of Season 2 of The Mandalorian, and it's not really like that much of a spoiler, but if like you genuinely don't want it spoiled, I'll give you a second to earmuff or shuffle off, and I'll be past this in just a minute, but I really genuinely don't want to spoil anything, because whether I like it or not, that has nothing to do with whether or not you should be able to enjoy fiction at your own pace and in your own time. And it's obviously super popular. And the countdown. And here we go. Luke Skywalker shows up in the final episode of Season 2 of The Mandalorian. And he has a nearly identical sequence in function to Darth Vader's sequence at the end of Rogue One, in that fan service happens. They're like, here's Luke Skywalker, here's his green lightsaber, oh, he chops all the droids to pieces, chop, 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 chop. Oh, it's so awesome, look at Luke Skywalker kicking ass with the Force. And I have the same problem with both of them. It doesn't make any sense. It exists to cover up for the fact that the writing for that scene is non-existent. In the case of Darth Vader, my core problem with that scene is that nothing he does matters or makes any goddamn sense at all. Literally, the rebel troopers they have this hard drive in their hand that he's trying to get, and they're able to, like, baton pass it down the hallway as he's murdering them. They literally, like, get the door open and they hand it off to the next guy, and then the guy who handed it off gets stabbed, and he's like, ugh! And then they continue running, and Darth Vader never catches up with them. In that same scene, Darth Vader does a thing where he sort of waves his hand in the air like this, and he pulls all the blasters out of all their hands as he kills them. I want to enjoy the scene. I want to enjoy the scene because it's cool. But you're asking me to believe that Darth Vader is functionally a moron, that he is an incompetent, idiotic asshole who cannot focus on the mission past his desire to swing his fucking glow stick around. Because he could have retrieved that drive countless times, and he just didn't. And here's the thing. That's an unforced error. That's an unforced error. Because the drive didn't have to be in the same room as him. The drive could have been in the other room that he was making his way towards, and he never had a chance to grab it. The drive could have been getting sent from the main transmission tower, and he was trying to get to it, and they slowed him down just enough so that he couldn't get to it. Like, there are many ways to rewrite that scene to make it make sense. And then there's what they did. And what this says to me as a viewer, and why it irritates me when you're probably thinking, why does this bug you? It's so minor. The reason that it bugs me is because the writer clearly didn't care. Didn't think about it. It didn't take 5 seconds to think, does what's happening on screen actually make sense? Fuck it, just record it anyway. And it takes me right out of the scene, because I'm like, this is dumb. Everything that's happening is dumb. None of this makes sense. And I have the same fucking problem with Luke Skywalker's existence at the end of Mandalorian Season 2. It's cool to look at. It's very visually interesting. In the context of the story, you're basically telling me that, I mean, really, think about the last episode of Season 2 of The Mandalorian, and ask yourself, what happens if the main character, if the Mandalorian, doesn't show up? What happens if the Mandalorian, if fucking Django Dinnerplate, fucking goes to the local cantina and spends the next 7 days just drinking himself into a stupor? It's okay, because Luke would show up and save the day anyway. With one fell swoop, you just eliminated all influence that your main character, the titular character of the show, had, all agency that he had in his own show. It's astonishingly terrible writing. He stood there for the climax of his own series finale with his thumb lodged up his Mandalorian ass, waiting for a character who isn't in the show to come save him. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Nobody cares. You're the only people that are gonna hear this from me, and I know that it doesn't matter. I wish that it did matter. I wish that the people making the shows cared as much as I do, and it makes me wonder if I care too much, and that makes me feel bad. So that's the full circle. And I'm done. I'll stop now. I'm sorry. This is a beautifully painted model sphere, and thank you for sharing it with us. I'm sorry that I ranted over the... Yeah, and at least Luke wasn't drinking green milk straight from the space cow's titty. That's something. Hey, Ark Plays Games. It's good to see you, man. And then there's what they did. Yep. Steela, is for you. It's bad writing. It's entertaining visuals to cover up for bad writing. Oh, here we have from Drakari. Pulled this off the Ender 3 today. So glad to be finally adding this to my collection. Just wish it looked better. Had a lot of spaghetti, as I'm calling it, show up. Spaghetti's a common term. That's fine. Having large enough contact points with the build plates. Cost me a dragon arm. Had no idea the elf was going to come out so terribly. After 2.5 days of printing, I don't think I'm going to be printing any more models whole. It's generally better to do smaller parts and then assemble. Pulling the supports off has left me feeling like I handled a cactus, and I'm not sure how that happened. I'm also not clear on why Kira thinks this would take 6 more hours to print than it did. Oh, Kira is notoriously way the fuck off. It's been a trend with my prints. The estimated print time on Kira is longer than... Yeah, no, that's always the case. Kira has no idea what it's talking about for whatever reason, and it never has. Finally got your Ender 3 V2. Glad to hear it, Arks Plays Games. I'd be curious to hear if you have any problems with it. The V2s have been weirdly problematic. Weirdly. Oh, I'm ignoring you entirely on purpose, Kursala. No, Sphere. Yeah, no, dude, you do fucking fantastic work, dude. There's a lot of spaghetti. Yeah, breaking it into smaller parts is going to be better. You can orient the print much easier and use far, far less supports by the end of it. A name is a name. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, and in turn, welcome to the Storm Chasers. Also, you should look into using support interfacing. It helps supports break off a lot easier. Here she is all cleaned up next to a render of the digital model. Lost a couple bits to the spaghetti, like an arm and a leg. Youch. Also knocked both the horn tips off and only recovered one so far. You can green stuff it, probably. Knocked the majority of the back wing off trying to remove support, so that was a fun, mild panic anyway. Hoping to stream this week, and I'll be working on making this girl look better. Comments and advice on how to make the elf lady look better, as well as conjure an arm or two, are welcome. Currently thinking I have to dive into green stuff. I'd rather spend my printing time with this getting back into Mecha G than making bits that broke off. In the near future, hopefully going to be printing this lady up for some friends. 5 Dragon Force planned, and this makes 1. So something you could do to replace arms, you could always lean into a mechanical look. Take like styrene rods and styrene sheet and stuff like that, and build like a steampunky looking mechanical dragon arm, like it got severed. And they built one on. But yeah, print the lady separate and then put her on top. In fact, the more pieces you can break it down into, particularly a complex piece like this is tricky to do in FDM under the best of circumstances. But I would definitely want it broken down so the wings and arms are separate, so the base is separate, so that just as many smaller pieces as you can. Yeah, you can also chop the arm off, print it separately, and then attach it with as little, green stuff to bind it on as possible. The broken off horn, you could just paint as if it were a broken off horn. I think that would look fine. Dragons with broken off horns are hardly uncommon, in the world of fantasy, not real life, obviously. Yeah, some real thin parts. Like, I wonder how stable all of this really is with the fact that the layer lines are oriented this way. Like, I gotta be honest with you, this model makes me a little nervous. I can't imagine it's terribly durable. If you were able to print the wings so that it was laying flat and then attach it, it would be a lot stronger because your layer lines would be going the length of it through this joint as opposed to across the joint. Is it available in smaller parts, or would you have to chop it up yourself is the question. I'm very, very curious about that in particular, Drakari. Here we have from Fibonacci's Code. Oh my god. I'm glad I can tell what direction the light's coming from. What the fuck am I looking at? It's a horrible cyborg monster. Oh, this poor man. Dragon you bought off Lord of the Print, it does come in parts. Yeah, printed in parts. Drakari, printed in parts. Salvage what you can from that one, but if you do another one, definitely print it in parts. And try to orient it so that you get the most strength out of the direction of the layer lines. This is a cool piece of art. It reminds me a little bit of Doomslayer in the armor, in the shape of the head, in the shoulder pad, but it's like a horrible cyborg mutant monster. A Borg's nightmare? I don't think Borg have nightmares. This is a perfectly fine use of flesh as far as the Borg would be concerned. I'd be very curious to know what it's meant to be. I like it. It reminds me of like System Shock 1. Like those horrible slave cyborgs that Shodan put together using the medical reconstruction devices. It reminds me of them. I don't know exactly why. Maybe it's the tubes plugged into the back of the head. I don't know. Nice piece of art, though, Fibonacci's Code. Only do digital art, nothing 3D, sharing is caring. I would love to see where this winds up once you get some more work done on it. So you can see how other parts have been blocked in here. It's an interesting piece, Fibonacci's Code. Nicely done. Oh boy, System Shock 1. Shodan. I do love System Shock 1. Here we have from Rubik's, my blue orc. Need to finish the base, don't we all? There's some nice work you got done on here. I like the fur. I like the kind of icy blue skin. Good job on the eyebrows, making them white too. Good metal work up here. What do you think? I'm curious what you're gonna do for the base. He looks like he would be in a polar environment, so I'm gonna wager we're gonna wind up with some snow and some ice. And then of course we have the fire giant you've been working on. Oh, I like the basing on this. You could drive this lava higher into more vibrant colors, but the effect works nicely here. I want a little bit more light being blasted at this model from the front because I can tell that you did some work on the face, and I can't quite make out all of it out. Obviously, the fire giant has very dark skin, which makes that a little bit trickier. Nice work on the armor, and I love the fiery orange for the hair as contrasted with the yellow to orange glow that we have for the hammer and the base. Excellent work. And thank you so much for sharing, Rubik's. OSL, yeah, this model does kind of beg for some OSL. Oof, that would look nice. Under the arm and everything? Yeah, that would look good. Hey, Practical Zaku, how you doing today, man? Here we have from Osri, the ongoing saga of my first attempt at non-metallic metals. The failure is palpable and frustrating, but progress is being made. The blue cloak isn't done. Gonna smooth all that out with the airbrush later. I'm gonna open a larger version of this because he's a little far away from the... Oh, yeah, that's better. Oof. That is a nice, vibrant blue. Yeah, I can see what you mean. It's got good colors on it, but smoothing it out a bit would be nice. I like the contrast of that deep blue with the lighter sort of greenish cyan turquoise you have for the armor, and that deep purple that you have on his little crazy Cyberhawk thing. That looks excellent. Is he wielding an Eldar weapon? Is this a character I should know about? It looks like he has a shuriken catapult in his hand. But he's not an Eldar. Ooh, that blue. Oh, that blue. That is vibrant. Kyra something. Oh, okay. Inquisitor. Then I can see him using Xeno stuff. Who am I kidding? They can do whatever the hell they want in that stupid universe at this point. He's an Inquisitor, so he does such and such. Just wave your hand in the air. I like the look of his power fist. That is I love the blue and I love the purple that we have on here. All in all, really good color choices across the board. Yeah, very, very vibrant. Nicely done, Asri. Yeah, a little bit of smoothing would go a long way on him. Here we have from Mafik, the Type 23 Fat Jumbo, the larger version of the Type 21 tumor made by the Iron Desert Company. Oh, it's like a tumor on a tumor. It's a bigger, more horrible tumor. I like the main body gun here, the I guess casement-mounted main cannon. That's the big boomer right there, with the sort of under rail mount here, and then of course we still have a hull-mounted machine gun. And this poor son of a bitch down here, apparently sitting right here to pilot it while this cannon sits directly above his head. It's not even set back, it's directly above his head. Ooh, that's a concussion waiting to happen right there. I like the stacks, and I like the sort of forward swept shape that you have to the treads on this one, Mafik. Really cool design. Neat camo, too. It's kind of got like a forest shatter thing going on. Yeah. Well done. Did someone say cannons? Yeah, because we got plenty of them. Inspiration from the experimental Japanese tank destroyer that was left in blueprints. Cheeto SPG. I like spicy Cheetos. That's what we're talking about, right? That's pretty cool. Yeah, yours is a little bit more forward swept, a little bit more aggressive, and I guess the driver would be here. And then this is... I wouldn't want to be anywhere near this tank. Like that cannon seems way too large to be stuck in a metal box next to it. God damn. But, you know, I guess that's the challenge with any tank at the end of the day. That's a pretty sweet design. Oh, here we have from the POV 42. For today's entry, I have a bit of a time capsule. I got back into Battletech and mini painting in late 2019. The dragon on the right was my first ever 3D printed and painted mini, my first attempt at free Rasselhague Republic scheme. I printed that puppy on an old MakerBot that my library had running, calling it Skill Building. Fast forward 18 months and over 100 minis of practice later, I wanted to see how far I'd come by painting the same style of 3D printed dragon with all my skills and tools now. I'm pretty proud of how far I've come. Oh yeah. This doesn't look bad. To be fair, for a first mini, this doesn't look bad. But yeah, there's a lot more recognizable technique being applied over here. The brushwork is a lot cleaner. There's clearly some effort to work in contrast to separate the details of the mini out. I like the red and blue on either side there. That's nice. I like the use of the sort of warmish gray next to the cool blue of the hull, and then we got yellow kind of singling itself out there for the cockpit glass. And this was printed FDM? That's impressive. Very impressive. You've definitely come a long way, particularly in the basing department, because this sets off the mini much more than this is all a little muddy, a little muddled, but this is visually much more interesting. Very, very nice work, POV. Accidentally clicked the mirror option. Oh, so it's mirrored entirely by accident. That's why his autocannon is on the wrong side. Whoopsies! Oh, Chewie. Oh, Chewie, you didn't tell me you were a painter. Because you, sir, are a painter. This is lovely. Ooh. Interesting color choices. Really deep. Oh, really, really interesting. Red over here. Love the OSL against the face. Great working in all the shapes of the face in particular. The eyes came out nice. I love the glow effect coming up off of the page here. Ooh, this is nice. Got a little bit of OSL down here on his... It's the little details that always get me. Some more OSL. And there's a lot of OSL in general on this figure. Really, really lovely metallic work up here. Again, with some more OSL from the spell effects over here on the red. Chewy. This is wonderful. I love what you've done with the metallics here, how we have like some red-orange being worked into our shadows. Creates a very interesting sort of palette across the metallics, not being totally flat, but really having some depth to it. Mafik, thanks for stopping in, man, and thanks as always for sharing. I love seeing your work. I like the work that you've done on the gems here, too. Chewy, this is a really well-painted mini. Like, this is nice. This has got character. Love pulling in Vallejo game color sepia ink and Violent into the gold. Yeah, that the ink over the gold metallic is if I had to pick one thing on this model, that's my favorite thing. Because there's some good work up front here. I love the OSL on the face in particular. But I think my favorite thing are these extra colors you've worked into the metallics to give them some depth. That's very, very well done. Chewy, thank you so much for sharing that with us. Printed model from Artisans Guild. Yeah, no, I'm glad that you're having fun with that one, because the end result is fan-fucking-tastic. But that will bring us to the end of the Storm Report, and thus, to the end of the stream. Who are we raiding? We're raiding somebody. I'm gonna raid them hard. Let me see who's on. This music is awful. Why does this keep happening to me? Stop it. Zambies is going. Shorty Paint Studios is going. Commander Mittens painting some Warhammer. Ooh, Teal Security's gotten started. Deckard is playing some games, it looks like. Mini Monster Paints is going. I'd like to raid someone smaller today. Let me see what Mini Monster's up to. Oh, looks like they're speed painting for a super short stream. Commander Mittens, what are they up to? Commander Mittens is painting... What is that? I'm not sure, but it looks interesting. Hey, let's do this. Let's do this. They're not quite a VTuber. They just have a little anime avatar for themselves, and that's on topic. That's on topic. We were talking about that today, right? Yeah. Let's go ahead and raid over to Commander Mittens. See some Warhammer painting. Getting down. Zambies is about to raid out too. Yeah, it seems like anytime Zambies is on when I'm on, we're finishing around the same time. So I've kind of learned my lesson on that one, unless I check in, and she definitely just recently started. So let's get that raid going on over to Commander Mittens. I've only been in that chat a few times, so I hope things go well, but she seems like a quality painter and a quality streamer. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, locusts and gentlemen, we got so many new follows today, so many new people, so many new faces, so many new names. It's exciting to have you all in here. I hope that everybody had fun. I hope that maybe we were able to learn a little bit. I know I did. We got a decent amount of work done on Conquest, though we still have plenty more to go. Walter's Workshop, always a pleasure to have you in. Always a pleasure. And Steela, thank you so much for stopping by, too. I did, Riot Sister. I really did. So thank you to all of our new follows. Thank you to everybody who subbed today. Oh my gosh, you guys make it just such an absolute pleasure to stream each and every time. We are going to be back Tuesday, May the 18th, painting some of our Iron Star Alliance for Warcaster now that we have a scheme worked out. We'll be doing Battletech in oil on Thursday the 20th, and then next Sunday, 1 week from today, we'll be back into doing more Conquest in oil. I'm going to be doing oil for a little while, guys. It's really kind of growing on me, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll help any way that I can to get people started. It's a great medium. It's a great medium depending on what it is you're trying to do. But we're going to keep doing some acrylics on top of it, too. Oh, hey, bye. I failed to realize that I was running out of time. See ya!